orders, or you can pick up your orders at the Cape Coral Farm. For decades, researchers have been studying which diet's best for your health. Well, now new findings show
Someone's watching TV.
Mediterranean diets may be the best way to keep your heart healthy. Because you want to what you should add to your
Okay, the applicant here. Counsel, do you wish to swear in the witnesses
Yes.
for the applicant?
All those intending to give testimony today, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear, or affirm after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you very much. Is there any ex parte disclosures? This is a quasi-judicial item.
Yes, I believe everybody has received an email from the council for the Mediterra people.
Yes, Mr. Pritt is here. He is asked for intervener status to give a presentation after staff and the applicant.
Okay, there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to mute everybody that's not testifying. There, that does it. Okay, so I assume everybody on the zoning board received that. I replied to Mr. Pruitt by saying, I don't take ex parte communications. Okay. Does the applicant want to proceed? Is there anything else anybody from the zoning board wants to say about ex parte communications? Mr. Rascio.
Unmute yourself first, please.
Tony.
Unmute, yes. I also received the email and I've written to the sender saying, listen, I'm not going to take an ex parte meeting. We're going to meet at the zoning board and excuse me, go from there. That was my response.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, the applicant can proceed.
And if you could you please introduce your team and who's there for you?
Thank you, Eric, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and zoning board members. Brian Corral, DCF Management Group.
You're going to have to get closer to the microphone. I cannot understand a word you're saying.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and zoning board members. My name is Brian Farrar with BCF Management Group. I'm the agent for Harcat LLC. I just wanted to share that the owner, a resident business owner, taxpayer and employer in the city of Indian Springs for over 40 years, appreciates the staff's recommendation of approval. I further want to note that as it's become tougher and tougher economically out there, I believe that anyone who is willing to put their time, talent, and treasure at risk to take on a new venture should be applauded on this industrial project, should be given fair consideration, especially in these tough times. The project will provide direct job opportunities in the city, which are needed here and now. With this in mind, I'd like to introduce the team's planner, Stacy Hewitt, to introduce the other consultants on the team and make the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Stacy Hewitt with Banks Engineering.
Get closer to the microphone. I can't hear you.
Good morning, Stacy Hewitt with Banks Engineering. If we would be able to have the ability to share our screen for our presentation, please. I have previous.
Roger can hear.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, can you
Can't hear her. We can't hear her.
We can't close captions.
We can dial in if there's some trouble with the audio.
I think that would be a good idea. I think testing it, another alternative stream would be a really good idea at this point.
Okay, thank you.
This is Stacy Hewitt with Banks Engineering.
Mute the mic. Yeah, you're gonna mute the mic.
Oh, boy. The wonders of technology.
Okay, we gotta turn off the speaker. Turn off
Got
that
to
whole
turn
speaker.
off the other one if we're going to use.
You have to turn off your speaker as well.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
Good.
There's still a bit of an echo, but we're hearing you a lot better now.
You
But
have
you-
to turn off your computer speakers and just use the phone only. So no audio from the Zoom meeting can be coming out of the computer.
Is that better? No. You gotta find the Logitech.
Okay.
All right. All right, how's that sound? Dang it. Ah.
It didn't work.
What's that?
Shut the microphone off on the computer as well, the speaker and the microphone.
Testing. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
All right.
let's go back to that. Close that up, come on, let's go. Come on, we had 2 hours.
Why don't we go through the introductions one more time? I saw Ms. Hewitt. I see Mr. Wright in there. I believe it was Mr. Farrar.
Good thing down there.
There you go. Close that box.
Yes. Good morning. We do have a presentation as well. We do have our counsel, Jeff Wright with Henderson Franklin. We have our landscape architect, Paul Clens, with W.J. Johnson and Associates. The engineer for the project is Brent Addison with Banks Engineering. And we also have Ted Treesh with TR Transportation Consultants. I would like to share the screen for our presentation.
Yep, go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you.
Share button at the bottom right.
Okay. Ted, you want to come back a little bit on the screen here, buddy?
Now, my name is Stacy Hewitt with Banks Engineering. I've previously been accepted as an expert in planning and zoning, and I would like to be recognized as such this morning, please.
So recognized.
Thank you. The request is for rezoning of 1.82 acres on the south side of the eastern terminus of Enterprise Avenue. The previous zoning on the site was American Ready Mix Industrial Plan Development, which has expired. It was for a concrete batch plant. The original zoning on the site was light industrial IL zoning. We're requesting a rezoning from industrial plan development to industrial plan development to allow a maximum of 28,875 square feet of industrial uses consistent with allowed uses in the original IL zoning district and the maximum height of 40 feet. The proposed development will be a benefit to the city by providing infill redevelopment in the existing industrial area. Approval of the project will provide direct job opportunities and increase property taxes from the investment. This is an area location map of the site. It is south of Bonita Beach Road, east of Racetrack Road, at the end of Enterprise Avenue. The future land use for the subject property and the surrounding properties is industrial future land use. To the east, there is moderate density mixed use and planned development future land use. This is the zoning map for the site showing the light industrial zoning surrounding the property and also the residential planned development to the east. This is an aerial of the site demonstrating the surrounding uses in the existing industrial subdivision, as well as the adjacent Mediterra residential plan development to the east. To the north of the site is an industrial warehouse and distribution center with auto repair. And there are some overhead doors and a loading dock on the east side of that building as well. To the east is a 32-foot right-of-way and then the Mediterra community. To the south is an industrial warehouse and distribution center. And to the west is industrial use with auto repair. The staff report for the case recommends approval, and the applicant is in agreement with the conditions of approval as amended by the pre-hearing stipulation. I would like to adopt the staff report and attachment as part of my testimony today. The pre-hearing stipulation brought up 3 conditions that the applicant and staff has discussed. And the first condition that we addressed was adding a post office back into the schedule of uses. It was included in the neighborhood information meetings, but it was inadvertently excluded in the schedule of uses. and staff and applicant do agree on adding that back in. Condition 3B, the applicant is requesting an amendment from no garage doors to be located on the east side of the building to amend that condition to a maximum of 3 garage doors shall be located on the east side of the building and must remain closed after normal business hours. There is a proposed 8-foot wall with enhanced landscaping with a 6-foot double staggered hedge and trees. And in addition, there is the Mediterra's existing 10-foot berm with an 8-foot wall and landscaping that provides visual, sound, and light buffering from the subject property. The overhead doors proposed on the east and west are primarily to provide for circulation for the workers and take advantage of the primarily east-west winds. The existing overhead doors, there are existing overhead doors facing Mediterra on the IL zoned properties to the north and south of the site. And this industrial subdivision existed prior to the adjacent residential development. There is an additional condition 3B that provides that service and deliveries are restricted to the west side of the building. Conditions must be reasonably related to the request, and as we'll demonstrate through our presentation, that we have removed and restricted uses that are typically allowed in the light industrial zoning, which results in an economic disadvantage by limiting business opportunities and ultimately tax dollars into the city. A timeline of the subject property and the surrounding area. On April 8th of 91, the subject property was rezoned from light industrial to industrial plan development for a concrete batch plant, including open storage by zoning resolution Z91014. East across the 30-foot right-of-way was vacant at that time. The main cement storage facility on that approval had a maximum height of 65 feet, and all other structures on the site were limited to 35 feet. In June of 91, the site received South Florida Water Management District and Development Order approval. In December of 99, the Mediterra RPD received their zoning approval. For the current application, the City of Bonita Springs' position is that the master concept plan is expired, so no development can occur on this site until zoning is established. In initial meetings with staff, the applicant was proposing light industrial zoning, and staff suggested industrial plan development due to the residential development that now exists to the east. The current request is conditioned and is less intense than the light industrial zoning district because uses have been removed or restricted from the site. Setbacks are increased more than what's required in the light industrial zoning, and there are further site limitations by the conditions proposed. There have been 3 neighborhood coordination meetings. We had 3 meetings with concerns that were expressed from Mediterra on building height, that they would not be able to see the proposed buffering on site due to the existing wall and berm on their site. And there was some request for the applicant to plant the more vegetation on their berm. There were questions on uses and proposed setbacks. There's also been some feedback on why we were not requesting the light industrial zoning, which we've just explained that was agreed with staff to go the industrial plan development route. And there was, and the building height originally requested with this application was for 50 feet. And the applicant has reduced the request to 40 feet, reducing it to 10 feet. And we have agreed to remove and or restrict several uses. We've provided increased setbacks. We've increased the proposed buffer, including a wall, and lessening the initial deviation request. We've restricted service and deliveries to the west side of the building, and we've agreed to restrict the garage doors from the 6 that are proposed on the plans to limit them to 3 and to be closed after business hours. This is the proposed master concept plan, demonstrating the building and the traffic circulation on site, as well as the buffers and parking area, and the proposed underground storage vault system. There are overhead doors shown on the east side, and also demonstrated on the plan is the service delivery area and overhead doors limited to the west side of the building. There's a minimum 25-foot setback from all property lines that are proposed. This is a line of sight demonstrated. There is, per the existing plan, there is approximately 40 feet of pavement between the building and the proposed wall on site, and then 14 feet to the adjacent right-of-way. There's approximately 172 feet between the subject property line and the nearest residential lot in Mediterra, with an additional 40 feet to the adjacent building. In this area, we'll be proposing an 8-foot wall plus the double staggered hedgerow of 6 feet, as well as 5 trees per 100 linear feet. And then there is the existing 10-foot berm and 8-foot wall with existing vegetation over on the Mediterra berm and property. There is a total of 266 feet between the proposed building and the adjacent residential house. This is the schedule of uses, demonstrating in red the uses that have been removed since the initial neighborhood information meeting as we've worked through with staff. There is a total of 24 uses that have been removed from the request and 14 uses that have been further restricted by only being allowed either indoors or allowing or requiring a special exception. These uses are typical in the light industrial district as well as the industrial plan development district. This again is property development regulations demonstrating the revisions that have happened from since the initial request. We have increased side setback from 20 feet to 25 feet, the rear setback from 15 feet to 25 feet, and the height has been reduced from 50 feet down to 40 feet. The Land Development Code, Section 4-1873, would allow increased height by increasing setbacks by 1/2 feet for every 1 foot increased height in the light industrial district, which is enjoyed by the properties surrounding this site. And if those properties were to have the 25-foot setback that we are proposing, they would be able to increase their height up to 45 feet of the 35 feet by code. Additionally, there is Land Development Code, Section 4-2014F, which states that any additional setbacks for uses are not applicable to this site since it is in an existing industrial subdivision that was in legal existence prior to the residential use that was approved to the east. These are the conditions that are included in the staff report as proposed to be revised by the pre-hearing stipulation letter. The architectural requirements are conditioned as were provided and will be demonstrated in the presentation. The service and deliveries restricted to the west side of the building. The limitation of the 3 garage doors on the east, and that they must be closed after normal business hours. The landscaping and buffering will be consistent with the proposed planting plan, with a minimum walled 8-foot height on the eastern property boundary. There's surveying with the lot combination requirement, and there's also an open storage condition 7A that any boom trucks, cranes, or protruding equipment, if left extended, shall not exceed the building height or 40 feet, whichever is more restrictive, and shall be placed no closer to the east property line than 25 feet or the setback of the building, whichever is more restrictive.
Will this building be air conditioned?
Office space only.
The office space only will be air conditioned.
Thank you.
Condition 8 was agreed in the pre-hearing stipulation with staff. It is a traffic condition that is already implemented by current regulations in the Land Development Code and was deemed not necessary. So staff and applicant agreed to removal of that condition. And condition 9 is also for the conditions of approval for the, except by deviation, the one deviation with the request shall meet the land development code. Deviations 1 and 2 with the request have been withdrawn as recommended per staff and were regarding the road, but they have been withdrawn, so I will not be going through those requests. They're no longer a part. There's only one deviation left remaining with the request, which is the proposed deviation 3, which staff recommends approval. This is a deviation from Land Development Code Section 3-418D6, which requires if roads, drives, or parking areas are located less than 125 feet from an existing residential subdivision, that a combination berm and solid wall not less than 8 feet in height must be constructed not less than 25 feet from the abutting property and landscaped between the wall and the abutting property with a minimum of 5 trees and 18 shrubs per 100 linear feet. The request is to allow 5 trees per 100 linear feet with a double staggered hedgerow and the 8-foot solid wall set back a minimum of 14 feet from the property line. The site abuts a 32-foot wide undeveloped right-of-way to the east that is within the industrial future land use category and zoned IL that separates the property from the Mediterra RPD. Although the Mediterra RPD is not adjacent, the master concept plan proposes drive aisles and parking within 125 feet of the subdivision. As previously stated, there is 172 feet approximate separation from the east property line to the nearest single-family lot line that was built after this industrial subdivision was in place. And again, that is 266 feet approximately between the proposed building and the existing residence to the east. The Mediterra RPD separated and mutually protected its own development by their own plan, which was reviewed and approved while this subdivision was in place. The existing buffering on Mediterra provides a 25-foot perimeter buffer with a 10-foot berm and 8-foot wall with lush landscaping required, and there are also rights-of-way and common elements located between their buffer and the dwelling units. The drive aisle and parking will not be visible from Mediterra RPD. Although there is existing buffering in place, we are enhancing the buffer by increasing the amounts of shrubs from 18 per 100 linear feet to allow a 6-foot double staggered hedge and the 8-foot wall. Given the extraordinary circumstances, requesting the wall setback of 14 feet from the property line instead of the 25 feet per code. This will have no impact on the effectiveness of the provide enhanced buffering, as demonstrated by the line of sight. Approval of the deviation will enhance the achievement of the objectives of the plan development and will preserve and promote the general intent to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. This is an exhibit that is taken from the approval of the Mediterra Master Concept Plan, and it demonstrates the 25-foot perimeter buffer as well as the existing industrial subdivision and the location of the site. This again is from the approved Mediterra zoning resolution demonstrating their landscape buffer that was included and required as part of their approval. This is our proposed landscape plan demonstrating the double staggered hedgerow, the 5 trees per 100 linear feet, as well as the wall proposed on the east property line, in addition to the right-of-way buffer to the north against Enterprise Avenue. Although there is no buffer required to the west and to the south since it's adjacent industrial, the general trees have been located along the west property line. These again are the line of sights. What I would like to draw attention to is the picture standing in front of the subject property towards Mediterra, demonstrating the existing 10-foot berm with the 8-foot wall above it and the existing landscaping that is on the adjacent site. These are the elevations that are, there are 2 options proposed with the request. There is a a slanted roof as well as a central pointed roof that are proposed. There are two options since the end user is not known at this time, and also demonstrate the overhead doors that are proposed, which have since been limited on the east side, reduced from 6 doors down to 3 doors. This is the floor plan demonstrated that's included in the attachments as well, demonstrating the overhead doors again, which have been reduced from 6 to 3. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use. The staff report found it consistent and compatible. It's infill redevelopment consistent with the surrounding industrial subdivision. It will service the needs of the residents within the city. The maximum height will not exceed 40 feet. In industrial, light industrial can exceed 35 feet by the increased setbacks as previously discussed. The future land use category allows a maximum height of 75 feet, and it is also less than the 65 feet that was previously approved on the site. The requested floor area ratio is 0.37, a maximum of 28,875 square feet. The floor area ratio in the industrial future land use would allow up to 95,134 square feet. The requested industrial plan development is consistent with policy 1.1.16. The request is also consistent with objective 1.11, policy 1.11.1. Bonita Springs Utilities has available capacity to service the site for water and sewer. The solid waste capacity is available to service the site, and access to the site will be provided via connection onto Enterprise Avenue. And appropriate stormwater management areas will be provided. It's consistent with objective 1.11, policy 1.11.1. The staff and applicant also agree that the site is consistent with the transportation element and the recreation and open space elements of the comprehensive plan. There are no level of service issues, and the site will meet or exceed the minimum 10% open space requirement. The request is consistent with the Land Development Code, Section 4-131D3 findings. Applicant and staff agree that the project meets all required formal findings criteria for approval on the request. The request is in compliance with the Bonita Plan and the Land Development Code with the approval of the one deviation request. The request will meet or exceed all performance and locational standards with approval of the deviation, and it is also in an existing industrial subdivision consistent with LDC 4-2014F. The request is consistent with the intensities and general uses set forth in the Bonita Plan. There is a floor area ratio less than 1.2. It is compatible with the existing and planned uses in the area. It's within an existing industrial subdivision. The conditions provide further restrictions such as removal or restriction on several uses, increased setbacks, service and delivery location is limited, and there are strict lighting codes and noise ordinance, and the proposed and existing buffers and walls provide visual, sound, and light buffer. Approval of the request will not place an undue burden upon existing transportation or planned infrastructure facilities. Staff and applicant agree that there are no level of service issues with this request. The request will not adversely affect environmentally critical areas or natural resources. The site has previously been disturbed, and there are no existing environmentally critical areas or natural resources on the site. The request is also consistent with the findings found in Land Development Code Section 4-299A2 and 4. The proposed mix of uses are appropriate at the subject location. Again, we have removed or restricted several of the uses typically allowed in the light industrial and the industrial plan development zoning districts, and the staff and the applicant agree that it is consistent with this requirement. The recommended conditions as amended provide sufficient safeguards to the public interest, and they are also the conditions are also reasonably related to the impact of the public interest created or expected from the proposed development. The proposed deviation enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development and also preserves and promotes the general intent to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Again, staff and applicant also agree that the public facilities will be available and/or provided to the site. With that, we are available for questions.
Why 40 feet?
The,
I didn't hear the question.
why 40 feet?
With some of the planned developments for the building, those types of uses, it economically makes sense to have that for the owner. We're looking at different types of building uses, and needing that is critical to the financial well-being of the client.
Give me an example.
An example as far as warehousing is concerned, or what do
Any
you mean?
example, I mean, what that comports with our statute, with our uses. You pointed out uses that are permissible under our code.
I appreciate that. There are a number of uses that would allow either stacking or warehousing of either equipment and or boats and or any number of items that may be sufficient for this project. And the fact that we're going through and reducing the footprint of the building and increasing the setbacks, what happens is you kind of cause the building to be a little taller to accommodate for those uses. When you look at the square footage of the building that we're doing compared to what we could have asked for, we feel that having some additional height for those uses will accommodate for that and give us that flexibility for the larger setbacks and buffering.
You seem to be struggling to answer my question.
No,
Give
I'm
me
not struggling.
Give me an example of one of the uses that you showed in your presentation that requires 40 feet.
Well, while I can appreciate your thoughtfulness in your question, I'm trying to answer, we do not have an end user presently. And the accommodation of all those uses.
I understand that, but there's a list of uses that you're allowed. There's a finite list. There are 30 uses that are allowed or thereabouts. Right?
I think it'd be appropriate for me to give testimony on I would say a theoretical type of building use. We're trying to be as flexible as we can to accommodate for that. And when we do those things, if it's a boat storage, for instance, that we're stacking boats in a storage facility and we've reduced the use and we're reducing the outdoor storage and outdoor labor, we have to accommodate for additional uses within the building itself. So if that's one example, I don't know if that's the best example, but warehousing, whether it's for a type of delivery system, whether it's FedEx or Amazon facilities, these are quite often are normally 40, 50, 60 feet in height, because they stack these materials up quite high. And so I think by us giving down to 40 has been useful.
Thank you.
I have a question also, if I might.
Please.
We're talking about garage doors on the east side of the building, and deliveries, you indicate, would come only to the west. Why would you need garage doors on the east?
Again, this was also to provide for circulation within the building, as well as to provide for air for the workers that are in the building. With only doors on the west side, there's no circulation, and as previously stated, the AC would only be in the office area.
And do they have to be large garage doors? Could they not be just, I don't know, other smaller doors?
How about windows?
Oh, windows.
Large windows.
To accommodate for the square footage of the building and the amount of airflow that would be necessary, for us to go through and have a number of doors where we had 6 down to 3, this door will be, I would say, 14 foot in height, and I think under 10 or 12 feet wide. I can't remember the exact dimension, 14 wide. And so that allows for sufficient airflow, because we have the prevailing east and westerly winds that occur here in Southwest Florida, And that adds to the, I would say, the airflow and reduce heat and humidity within the building.
And they would be open during business hours from whatever the start to the end, correct?
They would be open, weather permitting, of course. They'd be open during those normal business hours, and as Stacy had noted, we'll make sure they're secured every evening or whenever the business is closed.
Some residents have expressed a concern about noise. Do you foresee some kind of noise that would really disturb the neighbors?
No, we do not. We're not anticipating any of these large mechanical operations. You'll note and the number of deviations, or I'm sorry, the number of uses rather that were provided. We've eliminated a number of those that were thoughtful of that, and staff was providing that to us. In addition, a lot of the industrial chemical uses, dry cleaning, everything else for smells and everything else, we've also eliminated those uses as well. So we've done as much as we can do to, I would say, minimize either noise or fumes or smells. And we're happy to live within the constraints of the noise ordinances.
And you anticipate no noxious odors emanating from this building on a consistent basis?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Mr. Donnelly, please.
Can't hear him.
We've
I
lost
believe you're muted, sir.
Back to, how am I now?
Good.
All right.
Back to the 40-foot height requirement. I assume the roof is going to have a pitch on it. I think that's indicated on a couple of your sketches. Taking into consideration the roof pitch, what would the actual wall height be on of the east wall?
Depending on the type of roof design, I think that Stacy was able to show there was a shed roof style, and then there was a, I would say, a normal gable roof style. We're showing the maximum height at the gable height would be 40 feet. So depending on the slope of the roof, if you want to go back to that, that'd be great. We're anticipating it, I think, Stacy, you had, there was actually a dimension in there at the roof edge.
32.
Was it 32, 32 and a half?
Yep.
Yeah, it's approximately 32 feet of height at the building edge.
So that would really be the effective height that would affect the neighbors.
Correct, sir.
Thank
So
you.
it's really not 40 feet that they're talking about. It's actually 32 feet.
All right.
East. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
question. I'd like to ask the applicant, how, well, let me rephrase this. They're asking for 3 doors on the east side. Are 3 doors on the east side absolutely dead necessary for air? It doesn't make any sense to me. There's other avenues to approach other than the 3 rolling doors on the east side. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Mr. Inserpi, this is Brian Farrar. I'll just note that when we're looking about the amount of airflow through the building, I mean, we're just under 30,000 square feet. We're looking at 3 doors. I mean, that's a large volume of air that we're allowing to come through the building, and it's just really required. I mean, there's not a lot of other avenues that would accommodate for that type of airflow through this large of a structure. And long-term wise, when you have heat and humidity in a building of this nature, having airflow is critical not only to the long-term structural design of the building, if it's steel or whatever, you have to have the airflow through there, along with keeping the heat and humidity down for the employees.
One more question. In a severe weather situation, a storm where the workers are still working, you would close the doors. What adverse effect would that have on the employees for a day and a half?
Right, and that's a very good question. We're blessed in Florida, at least, not to have long duration rains. We may have them closed partially and or fully for a short period of time, but our anticipation is to have those open mostly during an 8-hour period, but as you all know, sometimes the weather conditions are changing all the time, but we don't anticipate having that situation on a full 8-hour day, maybe for a few hours minimum.
Well, good luck.
Thank you,
Another
sir.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Are you air conditioning the offices in this building?
Right, we haven't determined the requirement area for the office space, but we will be air conditioning the office spaces, that's correct.
Question number 2, have you got industrial ceiling fans in the work area?
We probably could have, I'm not sure if we anticipate that in the design yet, we're still in that early stages of this. So we'll look at all the different avenues to accommodate for airflow.
I think perhaps that'd be one point to look at extensively, because that will help you with the airflow instead of leaving 3 Bombay doors open.
Well, I think that would help enhance it. I agree with you.
Glad you agree.
Any further questions? Does the applicant have anything further they wish to present at this time?
We're happy to answer any further questions. We have the entire team here, but we have nothing else to present.
So reserving the right of the applicant for rebuttal. Does
Yes.
the city wish to present anything?
Nothing further at this time.
I'm sorry, Chairman Kerlander, were you asking if staff was ready?
Yes.
Yep, sure. We'll go through the quick presentation. Just going to go ahead and share my screen. Oh, I need Brian and Stacy. Oh, thank you. All right. All righty. Can everybody see the presentation on my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. And I will go through this as quickly as I can for everybody. Mike Fegon for the record, representing staff. Sean Gibbons, also a planner on this project. And in fact, you can see our entire review team who was involved in reviewing this particular request. We already went over the request language. I think we're all clear on what it is they're proposing. It comes from an expired IPD. They want to go ahead and keep the IPD designation, redo the master concept plan, schedule of uses, building height of 40 feet, and the maximum building footprint of 28,875 square feet. We have the site location map. The blue star is where the property is located, and obviously you see Mediterra there to the east. You have the old dog track there out on the west a little bit, Racetrack Road, Enterprise Avenue. Access through Bonita Beach Road to Racetrack Road to Enterprise is how you reach the property. Enterprise Avenue is a paved road that goes all the way through and includes all of the frontage for this particular project. Going back into the aerial history just to sort of, because this was something that had come up early on, so we just want to provide this type of background, and it's in the staff report as well, is the understanding that this property is part of an industrial park that goes back many years. And in fact, here we have an aerial from '98 before the development of Mediterra. You can see the industrial park there. You see the star where the property that we're talking about today is located, and you see that with each aerial, the park itself continues to grow. And then around 2005 is when you start to see development in Mediterra that's getting closer to the park. And in 2007 is where they're putting the last of the houses that most closely abut this industrial park, and you can see how built up the park is at that point. The reason why this is important is because there is a code section, LDC 4-2014F, that talks about special setback regulations for specific types of uses. And many of these uses are manufacturing in nature, many of them are industrial in nature. And the reason why you have these special setback regulations has to do with the fact that a lot of these uses can be noisy or dusty or produce fumes that, the goal would be to obviously try and prohibit them from going towards residential areas. and sort of, you don't want to damage the residential enjoyment. So while this industrial park existed long before Mediterra got there, Mediterra is there now. And that is something that the city and staff realizes and understands, and we feel the conditions that we put in place help to protect the residential character of Mediterra. The reason why this is important is because since this property is part of an industrial park, those special setback regulations for a lot of those manufacturing uses do not apply. And if they were to come in as a conventional rezoning, let's say they wanted to do light industrial, staff would not have the opportunity to place conditions such as indoor only for these manufacturing uses. So the IPD is what allows staff to more closely regulate many of these uses and provide reasonable conditions to try and protect both the existing industrial park and also provide reasonable conditions to protect the residential development to the east. So that is why staff was pushing very early on when we met with the applicant to go through the IPD process as opposed to the conventional light industrial process in which staff cannot impose any conditions. We do have the future land use map of the project. You see it outlined there. It is industrial, and the uses that they are proposing are in line with the industrial future land use. The color change is for Mediterra. That is the moderate density mixed use plan development area. Current zoning, we've gone over this already. The applicant has. They have an expired IPD. The property is currently vacant. It has been this entire time. The future land use is industrial. To the north, you have a warehouse and distribution center. There's also auto repair, and their future land use is industrial. To the east, you have Mediterra, which is moderate density mixed use plan development. And to the south and west, you also have industrial uses ranging from warehousing, distribution to auto repair. The master concept plan was already discussed. I think one thing to keep in mind is that when it comes to parking, they are not requesting any deviations from the parking requirements. Therefore, they are required to meet the code. And we understand that that directly relates to the square footage of the building and the use that is proposed. So the thing to keep in mind is that the square footage, for an example, of 28,000, that is a maximum square footage that they are going for, with the understanding that depending on the type of use that goes there, the building footprint itself may need to shrink in order for the property to provide its required parking. Permitted uses, and this goes back to what we were just talking about, they're in 2B in your staff report. The uses themselves are compatible with the surrounding industrial area and an IPD zoning designation. The post office use was inadvertently left out of the staff report. Staff has no concerns about adding that use back into the overall schedule. And then the uses that we're talking about as being indoor only, all of those uses are uses that would be subject to the special setback regulations. So with the understanding that, again, if they were to come in with an IL zone, they could do it outside, right there. We feel that we had the ability to go ahead and condition it that these uses, if permitted on site, would be required to be indoor only, completely enclosed within a building. And that is sort of a sticking point for staff as it comes to condition 3B regarding the garage doors. For staff to be able to look at it with a straight face and say that that's happening indoors, but yet you're going to have 3 14-foot high garage doors facing east, doesn't really jive with the way that staff is proposing that condition. So that's where staff is coming from on that aspect of it. If you're going to have these uses that are otherwise required to be some 660 feet away, for an example, from a residential area, and you're less than 100 feet away from the actual boundary, yes, you're further away from the closest residential unit, but that's not how we measure. We measure to the residential boundary. If you're going to have those uses, it would make sense for them to be completely enclosed within the building. We felt that was a fair way of, for lack of a better phrase, splitting the baby in half, still allowing you to enjoy uses that are traditionally associated with an industrial area, but also protect the residential development to the east. The development regulations, no real concerns over those overall. The maximum lot coverage of 40% is relatively standard for the area. The minimum open space requirement of 10% is a standard for an industrial area. The setbacks, both the perimeter and for the building, meet the intent of a planned development. The maximum building height of 40 feet, as the applicant had indicated, is more restrictive than what it could be if they were to come in for a conventional rezone, for an example. Using that code section that allows you to have an additional foot of height for every 6 inches of additional setback that you provide, they could in fact have a building at 45 feet in height in this exact location that they're proposing. And so the fact that staff and the applicant are able to agree to a building of this size and this scale at a maximum height of 40 feet, we feel is an additional benefit that we were able to work out going through this process. The comp plan, pretty straightforward, and it's discussed in your attachment A of the staff report. Future land use category, industrial, no issues there. Transportation element, the trip generations were analyzed by the city's traffic engineer. There are no concerns regarding the level of service capacity as a result of the proposed uses. Many of these industrial uses are very low, have very low intensity as far as traffic goes. And at time of DO, with regards to any potential improvements, we do have an existing code section in LDC Chapter 2 that may require a fair share contribution. That's already in the existing code, and because it's already in the existing code, staff is okay with removing it as a condition of the plan development, since it's not really going anywhere. It's still in the code. It can still be enforced at time of development order, which is probably a more appropriate place for it to be anyway, so no concerns there. As far as recreation and open space, staff reviewed that element as well, and the thrust of that recreation open space element really is to try and provide residents and visitors a system of parks and rec facilities and open spaces. This industrial park was never really considered a viable part of that element, but as far as open space goes as a requirement, they are going to be meeting their requirements, so staff didn't see any overall conflict there. And then the remaining the remaining elements we felt didn't apply. It's not in the coastal management area. It's not subject to the capital improvements element, the public school facilities, or intergovernmental coordination elements. As far as the deviations, as the applicant indicated, originally there were 3. The first 2 staff didn't feel were necessary. It had to do with construction of the roadway. Though, like we said, the roadway is already built. It's already there. It has 12-foot travel lanes. So we feel that these deviations were not necessary. Deviation 3 had to do with the placement of the wall and the landscaping area that is going to be used as an additional buffer on the east towards Mediterra. And we do feel that it was important to make sure that the wall was adequately situated, but to still allow for a planting area on the east side of the wall facing Mediterra. And it's because of that necessity that staff recommends approval of that deviation, again with the understanding it's going to be a wall that cannot be less than 8 feet in height, and it's also going to be landscaped as well in accordance with the planting plan that was part of the staff report attachments and exhibits. So long and the short, it does meet the PD review criteria. It does have compliance with the comp plan. The performance standards we feel are covered based on the way we have the conditions worded. They are nowhere near the intensity they could request as far as floor area ratio, so we have no concerns there. The uses themselves are compatible with the existing industrial park overall. It will not place an undue burden on infrastructure. There were no environmentally critical areas observed on site. Public facilities are available. The appropriate uses, we feel they are appropriate given the conditions that staff has proposed in the report. And we do feel these conditions are reasonable and do protect the public interest, and that the one deviation that is being requested with regards to the wall does enhance the objective to provide an adequate buffer facing Mediterra. So with that in mind, we did recommend approval of this project with the conditions that were already discussed, to be consistent with the MCP, the schedule of uses and development regulations. And yes, again, we're okay with adding the post office use back on there. That was just inadvertently left out when we transcribed it to the staff report. The architectural conditions, it looks like the biggest issue we're going to have to work out today is 3B with the garage doors. I think staff has made its case for why that condition was there. Services and deliveries restricted to the west side of the building, landscaping consistent with the planting plan. They will require to submit for a lot combination or a unity of title when they go through the development order process to combine the parcels, because it is two neighboring pieces. In order for this to work, it needs to be one contiguous piece. The open storage, just understanding that open storage is a relatively popular industrial use, and trying to think of a condition that would help to eliminate any potential site issues with Mediterra to the north. We feel that the condition 7 does that. Condition 8, again, we're okay to remove since it's already included in Chapter 2 of the Land Development Code, and just the overall arching condition of that, other than the deviations and conditions that are part of this project, the project needs to be consistent with the Land Development Code, the Florida Building Code, or any other code or regulation that may be applicable at the time of local development order and building permit. So with that, if you have any questions or comments of staff, we'd be happy to address them.
Are there any questions by the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Perfect.
It hasn't been addressed, but what about the additional vehicular traffic from the site to Bonita Beach Road? How is that increasing?
So when we reviewed the, make sure I can see everybody. There we go. So we had our traffic engineer review the GIS study, which is also part of your packet. And when you review the table, it's less than 1% of the overall traffic counts that affect that intersection. For it to be considered impactful with the city, I believe if it's over 3%. The standard manual suggests it's 5%. We're actually more restrictive in the city, but they're not even coming near that. Industrial uses in general are not very traffic intensive.
Thank you, Mike.
Hey, Mike, this is Russ Wynn. Was there any feedback from the Mediterra?
Yes.
Yes.
What was that comments? What was their feel on that? Just curious.
There was considerable feedback of either wanting staff or the zoning board to deny the project or to impose additional height restrictions. A number that I saw over and over again was 25 feet or 30 feet as a maximum building height. And there were also other areas about wanting manufacturing indoors and things of that nature, which we did cover within the staff report. But it does feel that it seems that right now that the biggest inclination from the Mediterra side was that the building height at 40 feet was still too high.
Mr. Wynn,
So
there'll be a
that
lot
was the
of
overall comment that we received.
Mr. Wynn, there's a lot of Mediterra people here to speak after the presentations.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I have another question? This is
Please,
probably best
Mr.
addressed to
Rascio.
yeah, probably best addressed to the applicant. We talked a lot about indoor use. Is there any possibility that the indoor use could extend beyond the normal business day, let's say a night shift or something like that, which would require the doors to be open?
Can you hear the question?
Can you repeat the question,
Can you
please?
repeat the question, please?
I'm sorry, is it possible that there could be night work done at the facility which would require the doors to be open basically all night?
We do not anticipate that. We do not anticipate that.
Okay.
But there's nothing that would prohibit that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Of course.
Well, the doors would be closed after normal business hours. So I think we've agreed to that.
What would happen to air circulation then?
It's cooler. I think it's cooler.
It's
You have
definitely
a night
correct,
shift.
and we have to address that.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brunswick,
I would like to, what are normal business hours? Are we talking, because if they're working it in the evening, then they have normal business hours in the evenings, correct? So what are they proposing to be normal business hours? That's question number one. Question number two is that section of Mediterra within the city of Bonita Springs. Do they have a Bonita Springs postal address or a city of Naples or Collier County address?
To who are you addressing your questions, Mr. Brunswick?
Pardon?
I can answer it, Chairman Kurlander. The portion of Mediterra that is directly east of this project is within the city limits of Bonita Springs.
Do they have a Bonita Springs postal address?
Let's see, I believe a portion of Mediterra has a Naples address, but again, it's within the city limits of Bonita Springs. They are governed by the city of Bonita Springs.
What is the correct answer? That they have a Naples address?
Yes.
They have a Bonita Springs
That's
address.
what you say, a Naples address, but they're governed by Bonita Springs.
Okay. And the first question I had was on the hours of operation during normal business hours. What if they do operate it in the evening? Is that considered normal business hours?
Staff doesn't have any conditions in the staff report related to business hours. The reason being is because the noise control ordinance that this property would be subject to essentially helps to provide guidelines for what would be considered the hours because it's from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. You have a decibel range that's acceptable, and after 10 p.m. that decibel range drops significantly, and that's done to help protect surrounding residential areas. So we felt that the noise control ordinance was fair enough to sort of regulate operations on site without necessarily getting in a dispute over is a business day at 6 p.m. or 5 p.m.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fegan, is it fair to say that your big disagreement with the applicant is over the 3 garage doors on the east side?
Yes. Now, to be fair, the applicant has agreed to reduce the number of doors as they had indicated originally. There were more doors proposed on that side, and it is down to 3. So staff is appreciative of that. But yes, I do believe it's still considered a disagreement between staff and the applicant with regard to that particular condition, condition 3B.
Mike, you're familiar with the diagram that they presented, which is a view sight line. If looking at that diagram for a moment and imagining that you yourself were standing in front of the garage door of the sole residential house that's involved in this application. In other words, the view line from the garage door of the single family house looking back toward the building, which is now 32 feet in height, and you'd be looking through 2 landscape buffers. Would you see the top of the garage door, which is 14 feet high? Putting you on the spot, Mike.
Speaking based on the line of sight exhibit that was provided, which staff feels is accurate, it likely won't be visible from the Mediterra side. When you go out to Mediterra, but if you do it from the industrial park side, you will see that the Mediterra berm and wall is considerably higher than the rest of the industrial park. And that is actually one of the reasons why, and this is a separate topic, but this is one of the reasons why there have been stormwater issues back there to a certain extent, because the Mediterra boundary essentially creates a buffer, if you will, or a berm for the water, and it is considerably higher than the rest of the industrial park. So keeping that in mind, you know, we're not talking about 2 properties that are at a flat plane. It's sort of like this, with this being the industrial property and this being Mediterra. So I don't believe, my professional opinion is that the doors would not be visible. Now, as far as the building itself being visible, yes, there is a chance that the building itself will be visible until the applicant's landscaping has matured all the way. But at that point, we're talking about, you know, the top of a building. Whereas I think the bigger concern from staff was trying to really nail the conditions associated with potential noise, dust, and fumes.
Thank you.
Mike, this is Russ Wynn. It seems like to the applicant, those garage doors, those openings seem very necessary for their business. It just seems like they need that. Is there any other options? I mean, is it needful that they have those type of doors available, or is there, you know, other options to get ventilation?
There is, when Brian Farrar had spoke about the need for the doors for ventilation purposes because of the prevailing east-west winds that we have here in Florida, that is an accurate statement. I don't think that is the only way to do it. For an example, I worked in a metal building where our ventilation system ran north and south, and we seem to do okay overall. But I understand the purpose. I do think there are other mechanisms that you can use to provide ventilation and air circulation throughout the building. So whether or not, if the question is, are the doors the only way to do it, the answer is no. And that's another reason why I think staff was sort of holding firm on that particular condition, for an example.
Okay.
Mike?
Thank you.
Mike, I'd like to ask you a question. What kind of manufacturing is going to be inside this building?
Well, they had provided a whole host of manufacturing potential uses, and I think that's the key to keep in mind is that when you look at that schedule, those are all the potential uses that may be on site. They do not yet have an end user. So what we, with regards to the manufacturing, we took all the manufacturing uses that would normally be subject to a special setback regulation, meaning they have to be a specific distance away from residential areas. We took all of those uses and said, if you want those, it's indoor only.
All right. Say they're going to start manufacturing concrete products. The 3 Bombay doors are going to be open. It's going to generate noise, not only saying your airflow, but it's going to generate noise. Those doors are going to be open all day long. And I can't realistically buy the fact that this is the only answer. No, there's other avenues to approach on this. And I think that's a very poor excuse as far as I'm concerned. That's it, Michael.
Any other questions for Mr. Figon? Is there any rebuttal by the applicant?
This is Jeff Wright, attorney for the applicant. We were considering this door issue. Obviously, it's the one big sticking point. And in light of Mr. Figon's, he kind of isolated those uses that are likely to be the generators of noise and dust and that type of thing. We are willing to modify that condition to require that if any of those uses that Mike has specifically said have to be indoors, if any of those uses are enjoyed at this property, we'll have a condition that says the building will be closed all day during those uses or while those uses are being enjoyed. In other words, closed all day if one of those manufacturing uses is what's at the property.
Anything further from the applicant? Public comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you're going to keep the doors closed all day. What's going to happen to the so-called airflow to your workers?
Well, I think that we would have a challenge with airflow and we'd have to incorporate that into the design. Obviously, that makes the manufacturing uses even less attractive, but we would like to be able to have them on the list as an option.
Correct. All right, thank you. All right.
I'll now call for public comment. Addison, you want to
I know Mr. Robert Pritt expressed interest in speaking first, so I'll unmute him.
And Mr. Pritt has requested aggrieved party status to give them additional time to make their presentation. So I would respectfully ask that the chair recognize that ability.
So recognized.
Bob, we're ready for you if you're ready.
Mr. Pritt, you have to unmute yourself.
He disappeared from the screen
Hello.
about 5 minutes ago.
Hello,
Oh, there he is.
can you hear me?
Yes, I see.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, if I may, my name's Robert Pritt. I'm with the law firm of Retzel and Andrus, and I had sent a letter to the board and to Mr. Fegan and to the file, and I think the city meetings to make sure that my letter got into the record, and I would ask that it be made part of the record. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that maybe at least one of you had indicated that he had not seen the letter, but it's dated September 4th of 2020. I'll try to go through that letter fairly quickly. Most of the things have been touched upon already, but I do want to tell you what our concerns are. I'm here on behalf of Mediterra Community Association, Inc. Mediterra is the master association for all of Mediterra. This portion of Mediterra is located in Lee County and specifically in Bonita Springs. Those of you who've been around here quite a long time might remember when it was originally built, it was partly in Collier County and partly in Lee County. I think that, frankly, the postal address, in my opinion, is irrelevant. They are next door and they own the property immediately to the east, including the berm that we've been talking about. I would like to go over my letter, if I may. As you may guess, and as you've heard, we're concerned really about the height of the building, the orientation of the building, the scope of uses of the building, and also concerns about that relates to some of those issues, the location of the doors and the uses and the potential noise that may occur. A couple of things on the height of the building. Just because somebody says we're going to make it only 40 feet down from 50 feet, that really, to me, that doesn't mean anything because they could have come in at 40 feet and maybe caused a lot less concern than they have now. However, I heard some people, maybe some of you, possibly buy into the idea that it's only a 32-foot high building. That is not correct. At the lowest point of the roof, it's 32 feet. And at the highest point, it's 40 feet. So it's a 40-foot building. We would like to see that brought down if they're going to try to get 40 feet, then we would like to have it be at 30 feet. There may be room for some compromise on that. And that really gets into the issue of orientation, which is possibly the biggest issue here. If in one of the options that they showed, and I think the one that they actually talked about in their presentation, they have a building that I kind of call it a chicken coop type roof. It goes up from about 32 feet up to 40 feet. The problem is they have that 32 to 40 feet on the elevation that shows the west elevation. If they were to orient that building so that the 30 feet and the roof of the building going up to 40 feet, the 30 feet would start on the east rather than the south, start on the east and go up to 40 feet, then the neighbors would be looking at only the roof as opposed to the building, the sides of the building and the roof itself. And that's what we were suggesting. We've suggested that to the owner, to the owner, the applicant, and also to the city. There may be a way of doing that. Now, well, there is a way of doing it. That was one of their options, except the orientation is the wrong way as far as we're concerned. I want to talk a little bit about the orientation of the building, because that is probably the biggest issue. It would not, I'm not buying this idea that there must be an east-west circulation for this property at this location. You've heard testimony from both the applicant and from the city that there will be a wall and on the property. There will have to be a wall of the property and buffering on the property. Also, immediately to the east of that is the existing buffer and the wall on top of the buffer that's owned by Mediterra. That was in one of the PowerPoints of the applicant. So I don't think it takes a whole lot to figure that a lot of the air circulation for this particular location, because of what is there or what is going to be there on the east, is not conducive to great air circulation. And the idea that the neighbors should have to put up with the dust and the noise and quite frankly, the near nuisance of this industrial development, as opposed to making for reasonable comfort for the people who work there, not just the office staff, but the people who work there. As Mr. Fegan indicated, there are ways of doing better. So that would solve a lot of the problem concerning the dust, the noise, et cetera, by not having any of those doors on the east. And the air circulation situation is really, I think, a red herring in this case. The uses, we appreciate the changes in the uses. It's not quite where we'd like to have it, but I do see that most of the manufacturing uses would not be allowed to be able to be carried on outdoors. That was one of the things that we're very concerned about, and we thank the staff for insisting on that. We would rather have it very clear that nothing could be carried on outdoors, but at least I think we're making some progress on that. And then I want to say a little bit about buffering. The thing about the buffering is we had actually offered to the applicant the concept of them not having to put their buffer, if they did the orientation the way I just explained, not having to do the second set, the city required buffering, and put we could put more of the buffering on top of the berm on our property. Now, we understand that the city cannot enforce that. Of course, we could, through an agreement, deal with that. However, we learned that the city is going to insist on the buffering anyhow, and that didn't go anywhere, I guess. But it's not like we were, just being selfish about it. We're trying to figure out a way to allow them to have a little more space on the east side in exchange for greater buffering on our berm. So those were the main considerations.
Mr. Frick,
and then
an extended amount of time here, and we'd like, we have an 11 o'clock case. We'd like everybody to be able to speak. We get your points, believe me.
Can you give me about give me 30 seconds?
Please.
Thank you. The last thing is there are no vested rights on this property. There's a lot of talk about trying to make this look like there are vested rights. No, those rights were there. They went away. And if anybody was around, and I was around and active at the time the city became a city, one of the main things the city wanted to do was to get rid of uses that were inimical to, that were granted by the county. So our hope is that we can improve that district rather than allow it to pull down the way of life in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, this is Rodney Chase, Chairman.
Please.
I'm the president of the Mediterra Homeowners Association. Thank you for giving me a few moments just to add my own comments. I've understood the process that you and your colleagues and your staff have gone through here, and I understand the sticking point that has been reached on, two sticking points, one on the access doors on the east side, which are adjacent to our property, and secondly, on the height restrictions. It had been our hope that it should be possible, given the extraordinary lack of separation between Mediterra and this industrial area, that we could find some more acceptable accommodation. Mediterra has 1,000 residents, many of whom, like me, live in the taxing authority of the city of Bonita Springs. Any reference to Naples in this sense is completely wrong. My own property taxes are $80,000 a year, most of which are paid to your city for various things. And when you add this to the total financial contribution that comes from Mediterra, I'm appalled, frankly, that our interests seem to be dealt with in this way, which has come across in this meeting as legalese. I think this is an opportunity for the zoning board to tighten up on its restrictions, to have two property developments like Mediterra and this industrial area so close together on a permanent strategic basis seems to be folly. And my own hope is that the benefit, the economic and financial benefit that the city receives from the presence of Mediterra completely outweighs the arguments that have been put forward by the applicant's lawyer here this morning. So I would request that in order to maintain the enormous advantage that the city receives from the presence of our planned development community in Mediterra and all of the economic and financial contributions that we make very happily to our local area, that you do not concede anything further on the property that's been proposed. 30 feet, it seemed to us, was perfectly reasonable. You and your board colleagues interrogated the applicant about that point. I think if you can restrict them to 30 feet or 32 feet, whatever it was, that would be acceptable to us. And if there can be no door openings on the eastern side, that would be acceptable to us too. I thank you for the opportunity to add my comments here this morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chase. Mr. Richards.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning, zoning board officials. Tim Richards, I'm the general manager of the Mediterra Community Association office. And just want to start off by thanking Mike Fegan and some of the city officials that met with us a few weeks back to discuss some of our concerns. And based on, what I'm hearing here this morning, it sounds like you're sensitive to these issues as well, and we appreciate that. As you can imagine, I'm the one that receives all the calls and emails, similar to the ones that you've probably received from our residents here recently. And, there's a significant concern about quality of life, the views. The views are not only from one or two homes in the Amarone neighborhood. It's all along Castellano Way. We have a few hundred homes in that area that drive down Castellano Way, and they will see this structure as well. As far as the one thing I thought of with the airflow, exhaust fans, I don't know if that's been considered as part of the design. That's something that's used in buildings quite often. Other than that, I think everything else has been covered by Mr. Chase and Mr. Pritt, and I just want to thank you for your time and consideration on these issues.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other public comment? Hearing none. The board, it's time now for the board to deliberate. What is the wishes of the board? Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, the applicant has not sold me, especially on the door issue and the airflow. So I make a motion that we deny their application.
Is there a second? There is no second.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, this is Anthony Rascio.
Yes.
Look, I've reviewed this thing and one thing I just have to express, when Mediterra was built and when people built their homes, they knew that there was an industrial park across the way. And now to come back, now and say, well, you really can't do that because we don't like it. It just doesn't sit well with me. So I would make a motion that we approve the applicant's application.
Mr. Chairman, I will second that motion for the same exact reasons. The industrial park was there long before Mediterra was built. Looks to me to be 2 lots, 2 homes that could possibly, and I say possibly, be affected. And for that reason, I have to go along with the applicant's desire to develop the lot. So I second the motion.
Discussion.
I want to make it, is it clear that the motion includes the conditions that were presented by the applicant?
That's what I wanted to clarify as staff, is that there is a condition in there currently that prohibits overhead doors on the east side.
So the motion maker and the seconder, Mr. Brunswick, could you please clarify whether that was with the staff condition for the lack of eastern access doors or as the applicant
I
proposed?
will say I do not approve that motion. I think it requires some consideration by the applicant to consider exhaust fans. Are one thought that I had that the gentleman from Mediterra said, and there may be other alternatives, but I do see a need for cross ventilation. Although that wall is only, I forget how many feet away it is, and that's going to block the ventilation to some degree anyways, as well as any potential sound. So,
Mr. Brunswick, let me be clear.
Yeah.
Your motion then would approve the 3 doors or say no 3 doors?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the developer should give some consideration to that, but I approve it. I approve it.
You approve 3 doors?
Yes.
Mr. Ratio, does your motion approve the 3 doors or not?
Yes, it did, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So I would support the motion without the 3 doors, but with the 3 doors, I cannot approve it. Is there any further discussion?
I thought we discovered that you couldn't see the 3 doors.
It's not about the site, though, Mr. Donnelly. It's about the noise. It's about the odors. It's about the dust. It's about those things. And I think that that's terribly unfair to people.
This is Mr. Chairman, Russ Wynn. Has the applicant, knows about this? Are they willing to adjust for, adjust that for ventilation?
Well, it's our motion. If we approve 3 doors, we approve 3 doors.
Okay.
I mean, it's either yes or no. I mean, it's,
one other thing with the
I think the city's position was eminently reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's take a vote.
May I make one other statement?
That's how I set it up. I just sent everyone the link and I just specified people, for the public comment.
What we're doing is anticipating that there will be noise and there will be odors. We don't know. We don't know what they're going to do. It's potential, yes, potential, no. So that makes the decision a little more difficult. But anyway, I think that the ventilation issue to me is really what's important. And I guess I believe it. So I'm still in favor of the 3 doors.
Any further discussion by the board? Will the clerk call the roll?
Chairman Kurlander,
No.
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
Roger Brunswick,
Yes.
Russ Wynn,
Yes.
Tony Racio,
Yes.
Robert Inserpi.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We will adjourn for we will take a break for, not adjourn, but take a break for 9 minutes. And then we have the next case.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before we adjourn, I have a potential conflict. So I do not believe that I am not going to participate in the second hearing. My company has a sales agreement with the developer, so I'm not going to be taking, I'm going to take a leave and I'll be back with you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much. I think that's wholly appropriate, and I thank you for recusing yourself. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Will there be a different login?
No, just stay logged in, and I can mute your computer for now.
Okay. Okay.
Stay logged in. Okay.
So is everybody back? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You can.
Okay, I'm here.
I see you, Mr. Ratio.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Chairman.
do not see, Russ Wynn.
Right here?
I see Russ Wynn now.
Yeah.
We're missing Mr. Donnelly. Give us 1 minute here.
That's fine. Just tear it off.
Mr. Donnelly, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So this is a continuation of our meeting, and I will call the case of Bonita Village Mixed-Use Plan Development. Usually at this time, we call for public comment. If there is any public comment, you can speak, but I would advise that it is probably in your best interest that you wait until all the presentations have been made and just before the board begins to deliberate, you make your comments at that time. One note, Member Brunswick has recused himself, and we are proceeding with 5 members. If the applicant wishes to proceed at this time, would the Council Rooney, would you swear the witnesses in?
Absolutely. At this time, any witnesses or applicant representatives or members of the public who are participating, please swear or affirm that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You can wave too. That we'll accept that. Thank you very much. Are there any ex parte disclosures from the board? Okay, seeing none, I think you're ready to go. Mr. Bull, are you going to be starting the presentation, or is there a planner on staff?
I will be starting the presentation and I will share my screen right now. Can everyone see my screen?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And good morning. For the record, Amy Tebow with Pavis Law Firm on behalf of the applicant. So before we jump into this, I want to provide an overview of the Bonita Village mixed-use plan development. Bonita Village is an approximately 19-acre mixed-use plan development located on the north side of Bonita Beach Road, west of US 41, west of Meadowlark Lane, and east of Imperial River. The development is designated general commercial on the future land use map, and the approved uses include up to 260 hotel rooms and 220 multifamily dwelling units. Bonita Village is partially built already with 80 dwelling units across 5 residential buildings.
When were those units built? Those 80 units?
I have an idea, but I think either Omer or Tom can give us an exact year.
I don't know if I'm unmuted, but if I'm unmuted, 2006.
So it had nothing to do with the application that was made in 2016?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The MPD property development regulations approve a maximum height of up to 75 feet, but that is subject to transitional massing, or really what is just a 55-foot height limitation within 70 feet of the northern boundary and 50 feet of the eastern boundary. And this height limitation was adopted by City Council in 2016, which was prior to the adoption of the Bonita Beach Road corridor regulations, which are based on the Bonita Beach Road visioning study. So although this particular development is exempt from the Bonita Beach Road corridor requirements, the request today was initiated fully based on applicants' desire to voluntarily comply with the Bonita Beach Road corridor regulations so that they can carry out the intent of this initiative and promote the long-term welfare of Bonita Springs residents and visitors. So this compliance with the visioning study does require a slight realignment of the master concept plan, which brings us here today. As such, the applicant is requesting a reduction of the distance from which that 55-foot height limitation applies. Our request is to apply the height limitation from 30 feet of the northern boundary and from 10 feet of the eastern boundary. And ancillary to that, we're also requesting a modification to deviation 3 to allow a buffer wall to be placed 5 feet from the northern boundary, and a new deviation, which is deviation 14, to allow a 5-foot buffer from the eastern boundary. So we're not changing the use schedule. We're not proposing to increase or otherwise change densities or intensities here. So as such, the request does remain consistent with the rezoning requirements. It remains consistent with the applicable provisions of the Bonita Springs Comprehensive Plan. As staff will mention, this request will also not place an undue burden on public facilities. It won't render the mix of uses inappropriate at the location, and it will not adversely affect any natural resources. And then as we'll go through a bit more, the recommended conditions that have been adopted and the modifications thereto as proposed by staff do provide adequate safeguards to the public interest, and they are reasonably related to this request because they would require adequate buffering and some more sophisticated architectural planning to make sure that the impacts to offsite uses are mitigated. And finally, the deviations that are proposed do enhance not only the achievements of the objectives of the MPD, but they also promote the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare by buffering the impacts from this development, as well as permitting compliance with the Bonita Beach Road visioning study. Staff has addressed most of the zoning criteria in their staff report and has found that our request is compliant with that. So we're just going to focus on consistency with the comprehensive plan at this time. With regard to policy 1.1.3 of the comprehensive plan, our request is not inconsistent with this policy, as development will continue to provide transitional massing. We will just shift the transitional massing to accommodate the project's realignment. And further, the applicant and staff fully agreed that creative architectural planning will be undertaken to further reduce offsite impacts. This is addressed by the proposed modification to condition 3A. However, it's pertinent to note that the Land Development Code doesn't require that we submit architectural drawings right now for approval. So
you've submitted no architecturals.
Right, those are required at the time of development order.
Well, I would suggest that sections, if I recall, sections 4, is it 2, I'm drawing a blank right now, but there are some architecturals that are required. In your original application, you virtually submitted nothing. Here you submitted nothing. You're pre-selling. You're showing buyers some things. And yet you come before us and you show us nothing.
Absolutely.
Explain. You know, you had a competitor down the road come in a few weeks ago. They brought us beautiful pictures, everything. They operated under the same rules. Why do you think they came in and showed us all the nice things, showed us pictures of what they wanted to do? They're building a hotel. You're building a hotel, and you're showing us zero. But you're showing people that are potential buyers things. Tell us why you're showing people who are potential buyers things and you're showing us nothing.
Amy, I can address that if you'd like.
Please.
Yeah. So the reason is that I don't believe that the process is correct that has been applied so far in Bonita Springs. I think that developers are asked to do a significant amount of work prior to finding out if something is viable or not viable. We presented after a 2-year process a master concept plan that was approved by the city. We are right now requesting from that same master concept plan a move back of one of the buildings by 30 feet, I think somewhere around there. And the reason is that 30-foot move back would allow us space at the front of our site to now actually abide by what the city wants and to have retail along the front. I've recently purchased roads, and if we didn't do that and we don't have a section that's a 1/4 mile long in total, without that retail up front, it really hurts the ability to have a walkable street the way that the city would like. Now, if I go ahead and show the idea of what we are currently considering as a possibility for that retail, I believe that these hearings would start to get very detailed on that. We don't have the level of detail that I'm ready to speak to on those buildings up front, because to get to that level of detail, we need to work with the retailers that are going to be in those spaces and the architecture of those retailers.
Bullshit.
I think that's offensive, sir.
I don't know who said that.
Say bullshit to an applicant is offensive, sir.
I agree with you. Whoever said that, that is offensive. Mr. Dorr, let me say 2 things. It has been 4 years since you filed your original application.
Correct.
You've had plenty of time to do some kind of architecturals. In my 3 years, you're the first person to come before us with zero architecture, asking us to approve something. Zero.
He's a friend of the mayor's.
Whoever is speaking, I'm going to have this muted so that only members of the zoning board are unmuted. Could that take place, please, so that we don't have this rudeness? Mr. Dorr, we allowed wide latitude. If you were operating in the city of Naples, when you file your original application, you would have to go in with engineering architecturals. When you file your original, Bonita Springs allows the widest latitude. And yet you choose, you're the only developer in my tenure, 3 years, to come before this board with nothing, zero, and expect us. I want to give you the opportunity to adjourn the matter, to give you the opportunity to give us something, anything we could make a decision on. You're
Mr.
you're providing us with no information.
Mr. Kurlander, I'd like to confirm that while this may be unorthodox for your experience, staff and the city have acknowledged that architectural drawings are not required and they are not actually part of the zoning criteria. So this in and of itself, aside from imposing architectural conditions as a condition of the zoning, is not a requirement to obtain zoning approval here.
Again, you're the only one in my tenure to provide nothing. Nothing.
Chairman
And I want to give you the opportunity to provide us with at least something. You're on the street providing people with something, and yet you come before us with nothing. Do you wish to avail yourself of that opportunity?
I do not.
Okay. Proceed then.
Okay, so jumping back into policy 1.1.3 of the comprehensive plan. This plan is consistent with this policy. It's not inconsistent with this particular policy. This policy states that each land use category has a maximum allowable height, but that the actual allowable height will be stated based on considerations of compatibility. So this has been addressed in the adopted PD document that approves heights up to 75 feet. This is general commercial, so heights of up to 75 feet are consistent with height regulations for general commercial as set forth in the future land use regulations under the comprehensive plan. And then in the surrounding areas that are designated medium density residential, that area does permit heights up to 55 feet, as does the zoning regulations for the Bonita Beach corridor. So the transitional massing that we are proposing to keep would keep our development consistent with policy 1.1.3. Similarly, this request is consistent with policy 1.1.14.c of the comprehensive plan, which states that heights of up to 75 feet are permitted in general commercial. So we're not proposing to increase the maximum height. We're proposing to keep it as it is, consistent with the comprehensive plan. Additionally, this request is consistent with the objectives and policies that relate to the Bonita Beach Road Vision Study. Specifically, policy 1.16.5 requires that new development projects shall be designed to coordinate infrastructure improvement, land uses, et cetera, with the mobility network identified in the Bonita Beach Road Vision Study. That's exactly what we're doing here today. And again, we are voluntarily amending the master concept plan to adapt to this study, which is why we are proposing this realignment of the road and the structure. So at this time, we find that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all other rezoning criteria, and it would meet all other requirements for approval. So we're happy to address any additional questions that you may have at this time.
Are there any questions from the board?
You know, I'm looking at a rendering here.
Mm-hmm.
What is that, Ms. Peeble? What does that represent? Is that just some fanciful idea, or is it what you propose, or why?
Hang on, Amy, I apologize. That render shouldn't be up on the board. That render is actually from 2006. It was the original render of the original concept from before we took over the project. So I'll go back to the concept of the renders. So the idea of renders and the idea of pretty pictures, we can hire anyone to render pretty pictures. And what we do is we show people what we would like to do up front. But I think that to be appropriate, we should show what's feasible. And on a project of this scale, to show appropriate retail up front. We do have pretty pictures. And if I had known that that was that important, I'd upload the pretty pictures, and I'm happy to do so now if you guys want me to share my screen. But those are the pictures of the buildings up front. We aren't at the engineering level of those buildings because we simply don't know whether we even have the space available to build the buildings. And we are not going to spend the money and the time to engineer a building that we don't know if the space is available to engineer that building. That's why what we're asking for is to move a residential building back that would create the space up front for us to go ahead and then know that we have the space to build a retail building to comply with the city, and then spend the time, effort, energy, and resources to design fully that building. We do have a rendering of the approximate style that we would like to use for that building. And again, if that is important to the staff, I'd be happy to show it now. I don't know if it's appropriate given that we haven't submitted that with any of our application material. So that's the only reason why I haven't shared it on my screen after the chairman asked me to show those images. I'm happy to do so, but I can tell you right now that the level of detail of those is not the level of detail that I would feel comfortable with because we haven't done the engineering work. A lot of that is retail that involves restaurants. Restaurateurs want very specific spacing inside of their space. And again, I don't think it's appropriate to have a developer spend that kind of resource without knowing if there's even the physical space up front to accommodate a retail building.
You are currently recruiting potential tenants, are you not?
We are.
Okay, with some kind of concept of, hey, what am I going to get if I come to you? You're going to show them something. I think that's what Mr. Chairman is asking for.
Yeah, I'll gladly show you. I'll gladly show you guys that. Hang on one second.
Is that what you suggested, Mr. Chairman?
You know, no, that's not.
No, okay, sorry. I defer to the chairman.
No. Look, when I first got here, I'll be the first to admit that there were meager architecturals. But shortly thereafter, I think Mr. Donnelly played a large role in this. The submissions became much more fulsome. And thereafter, everybody gave us really good presentations of what they intended to do. And really, this is the first time in my entire tenure that we got a blank slate. Just absolutely the first time.
Well, you still have the original. We're not asking to change the original master concept plan. So you still have all of the same renders. We're not asking for anything new. And that's kind of a problem here. We are right now working from the original master concept plan and everything that was already approved in 2016. We're asking for one of the buildings that was approved in 2016 as it was, with the exact same architectural, the fulsome application that we already submitted. We're asking for one of those buildings. We want to move one of those buildings back, and to do so, we need a deviation in the rear for where that height limitation stands.
Wasn't there an amended plan submitted on Friday?
What's that?
Wasn't there an amended master concept plan?
It leaves
on Friday.
Yeah, it leaves everything as is from before. It just simply amends the building, the one building that we wanted to amend. So it just simply shows this phase, which will be a development order for this building.
But Mr. Dorr, you're saying you're just moving the building.
Yes.
That's not quite accurate. You're increasing the height.
I'm not.
You're going to 75 feet, right?
It's a building that was already 75 feet and approved for 75 feet.
Yeah, but the sideline restrictions are no longer in place. You're going now to 5 foot on either side.
So
75-foot buildings require much greater sideline restrictions.
So we were previously approved for this same 75-foot building. We designed it for the original master concept plan. And given its location on the site, it needed to be, I believe, 55 or 60 feet from the northern property line.
And now it's going to be 5 feet.
No. The buffer By the way, the buffer stays the same. We still need the exact same height of buffer,
Right.
which means that the
But
vision.
how far from the northern property line will it be?
So right now we're requesting, I believe, 30 feet instead of 55.
And
So
from the other property line?
Requesting 30 feet from 70
correct, 30
on the
feet. from
northern
70.
boundary
Okay.
Yeah.
and 50 to 10 on the east.
50
That's the
to 10.
request.
It's the east side that's 50 to 10, right?
Correct.
That's
And
correct, yes.
and honestly, I'm very flexible on the eastern side. If this was something that, people wanted 20 feet, I would be fine with that. If there was an issue on the eastern side, in all honesty, the eastern side is not developed right now. Again, this is something we intend to come in with a fulsome application. We acquired roads. We've acquired several more parcels around. I would like to include all of those with one larger application. The problem is one building that was previously approved that was fully intended to be built. Given our vision moving forward, it is going to be too close to the main road. So we want to move that one building back. We need to build that building now because we've already started selling some of the condos for that building. It was designed to go to 75 feet, 70 feet from the rear boundary line. But when the city came back and said, hey, we want to do a walkable street, I fully agree with the walkable street. But that building right now is too close to Bonita Beach Road to allow for any retail in front of it. So I can't make the building any shorter because it was designed to fit 75 feet height, given where it was. But if we now move that building back 30 feet, it creates enough space up front to make that retail. I'm not going, this is a 25-acre site in total. Even though we're showing for this 19, we've since acquired an additional 4.5 acres of land, Rhodes Restaurant, and on the other side, actually, sorry, a little more than that. And so it's a much larger application. So we can say, let's build this building as is, and then worry about the larger application that'll take a year to submit because that requires a lot of engineering work. But that means that fundamentally this building will never allow retail to truly flow up front. So we're just asking for this pre-approved building to move back 40 feet or 30 feet, forget the exact amount, from 70 to 30, so 40 feet. And that one building moved back allows us the flexibility to then incorporate these other parcels, come back with a larger MCP that really does delve in and can answer more thoroughly all the questions. Right now, if I show some pictures, which again, just let me know, I'll gladly show you the marketing pictures that we're using. As long as staff and the attorney think that's appropriate, I'm happy to show you that right now. But again, we don't have the level of detail for some of those renderings that I would be ready to speak to, because I think that that requires a more thorough engineering analysis for the type of real rezoning.
Nobody requires, except Naples, nobody requires engineering drawings. Nobody requires that, Mr. Dorr. Why do you think the city staff is not recommending approval of this application? What is it, Mr. Dorr, that is required?
I am not here. It is not my place to predict why someone does what they do or what they're thinking. I'm just simply here to present an application. And if you have any,
Mr. Chair, we've sort of gotten off on a fairly large tangent, and I'm not sure if, and I just want to confirm, is the applicant completed their presentation in chief? And then perhaps some of these questions about what it seems to me that there seems to be a lot of confusion as to what the actual request is and what is appropriate for that actual request. Perhaps we could have staff give their presentation and sort of narrow down the issues before we get into too much back and forth. Because at this point, I'm trying to have a hard time just stepping back and figuring out where we are in the mix. It's just a recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rooney, just to confirm, we are finished with our presentation. We'd be ready for staff's presentation, but I do want to clear up one point that Chairman Kurlander just made, which is that staff is not recommending approval. Staff has found the majority of our requests to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and with the requirements for zoning approval. So I'll let them address those in greater detail, but I want to clarify that they are not recommending denial here.
they are not.
Thank
That's
you.
true. Ms. Genson?
Yes. Sorry, thank you. May I please have the ability to share my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can everyone see the screen of the presentation?
No.
Let's try this again. Okay.
Now we see it.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Jacqueline Genson with Community Development, here to present the staff's presentation. As part of this review team process, we had myself, Mr. Dolmer, Laura Gibson, George Smith, Tom Ross, Lee County, in the vein of Department of Transportation, Jay Sweet, Sam Vinson, and for outside legal counsel, we have Brent Spain also on the line. This is just a location map to orient everyone in terms of where the project location is. As the applicant stated, there's just a portion really specific to this request that is subject to modification, and really that's the northern perimeter here along the backside of Quills Lane, and then you also have the eastern perimeter here along Meadow Larson. In terms of the staff report, I'd like to go ahead and officially adopt that as part of the record. Staff report includes the staff analysis, exhibits, and the applicant's attachment B. But just to highlight some of the parameters that we looked at, in the summary, the property does have a future land use category of general commercial. And as the applicant stated, they are not changing any of the schedule of uses or the intensity, so that part of the analysis has not changed. For current zoning, this is an amendment to an existing MPD that has quite some history. And then also in the packet, we just provided the two most recent public hearing amendments for your review. But essentially this was a PD that was approved in the early 2000s and modified a couple of times through the public hearing process. But the current zoning from 2016 allows for mixed-use plan development of up to 220 units, 23,000 square feet of commercial uses, and a 260-unit hotel. As the applicant has also stated, just recently in December, we did approve amendments to go ahead and establish the Bonita Beach Road Corridor overlay. And that only affects the front portion of the property. So if we have more questions on that, we're happy to answer. And as the applicant has stated, and we also placed in the staff report, the corridor overlay went ahead and established an applicability criteria. So by virtue of the age of the planned development, the applicant technically does not have to comply with that overlay at this time, based on those standards that were approved by the City Council. However, if a property owner does choose to electively volunteer to participate, we always do welcome that of landowners. In terms of the current use, there are currently 80 multifamily units on the property that were developed, along with a private recreational amenity. So there's a clubhouse and a pool. Again, just to go over some of the entitlement history in some more detail, as I explained, it was originally approved in 2000 for the 160 multifamily units and a commercial footprint. That was a smaller acreage at the time, and then there was a couple of administrative amendments that were processed by Lee County on behalf of the city staff. And then there was a development order in 2004, which is for those multifamily buildings that currently exist on the property. Of course, only a certain number of those buildings were actually constructed. In 2007, you can see there was an amendment to the plan development where property acreage was added. So the increase in multifamily units and the commercial square footage and the hotel uses were added. 2008, we did approve a parking deviation for the project. And then in 2016 was the last amendment, which I explained with the current intensity of the project. The current master concept plan, this is a modified exhibit that we went ahead and updated from the 2016 presentation. So this gives you an idea of the current development standards that affect the entire plan development. So you'll see over here in the TC5 area, it's approved for 55 feet and in anticipation of commercial uses. Then you have the TC1 area, which encompasses this square area here. And in 2016, we did approve development regulations that allowed for buildings ranging in height of 55 feet and 75 feet for other residential uses, the hotel, and the minor commercial uses to go ahead and support that hotel. And the reason why we have the 55-foot range in there is because of that maximum height limitation that we went ahead and placed as part of our recommendation in 2016. Staff did recommend a more restrictive height restriction based on our analysis. However, as it went through the public hearing process, the City Council elected to go ahead and approve a lesser height restriction, and that is outlined in Condition 3 of the report, and which is subject to the request today. Then over here, you have the TC2 area, and that area, again, is part of one of the original plan development approvals where you have the existing multifamily buildings in different areas here. And they range in a variety of heights, and I'll go ahead and show that on the next slide. They, too, also have a step-back distance from the northern property line. The proposed master concept plan, I have some animation here, so allow me to go ahead and circle. So again, these are the two areas for the building height reductions where the applicant is requesting to go ahead and allow for buildings at 75 feet. And the applicant is correct. This is a request that they've always went ahead and asked of the city to consider, starting back with the 2015 petition. But again, because of some concerns with transitional height and neighborhood compatibility, because they're surrounded by an existing single-family neighborhood, that's why staff went ahead and recommended conditions that established maximum height limitations adjacent to those neighborhoods as a mean to kind of institute a transitional massing and center that density really in the center of the project. As was also explained, we did receive an updated master concept plan late Wednesday, and I apologize for not getting it to you until mid-Friday. But the only change you will see is over this parking area here, they went ahead and placed text saying future development. And again, just going ahead and providing them flexibility in the future to accommodate different development standards should the market dictate. And they would go ahead and coordinate with the city on the appropriate approval for that. The other item that has changed is the alignment of this roadway. So you see that's a little bit different. It is getting a little closer to that northern property line. And that went ahead and necessitated a modification to the deviation that affected the north. So there is an analysis in the staff report on that deviation. Also have the applicant's justification in there, but staff went ahead and provided theirs. So you'll see that in the analysis, and our recommended condition really goes towards they're going to maintain the same level of plantings in terms of the shrubs and the maximum height of the trees. So that is not changing. And what we also did is we built in some additional options where if because of site constraints or if there's other techniques that would go ahead and achieve that same intent, we could go ahead and evaluate that at time of local development order and not necessitate them having to come back for modification through a public hearing. The other change, as was also discussed, is a 5-foot buffer. And staff had no objections to that because we're seeing that a lot in some of these urban projects. You know, we have a suburban code, so a buffer type such as this is not something that would be out of the ordinary. So we were comfortable with that deviation request subject to conditions. Surrounding property and compatibility. So this is just to go ahead and explain to the board based on the main piece of property that a part of the Bonita Village MPD. So you can kind of understand the existing development patterns that exist within the plan development in itself, but also the entitlements that were approved as part of the 2016 case. So you'll see the 75 feet here, the existing buildings that are already constructed. the 75 feet here that was approved by council. And then as part of their proposal, you will see in the staff analysis attachment A, staff was comfortable with recommending approval and allowing this building to go to 75 feet based on the conditions that we placed in the staff report in terms of additional architectural elements, techniques, or landscape treatments such as living walls, just something to really help go ahead and address those mass and scale issues. The benefit that we saw is, if you remember in the prior MCP, there were 55-foot tall buildings forecasted here. And so the benefit to know that now there wouldn't be buildings here, the ability for staff to look at that in a comparative situation, we felt comfortable with our conditions, subject to our conditions, to go ahead and entertain that for council's consideration. The height modification that they're requesting here along the eastern boundary we're not so comfortable with, just because of the proximity to the neighborhood. And from what we understand with the applicant, that perhaps there are some future planning efforts that they may be able to consider, and maybe once we get more information, we could go ahead and evaluate that request further. But based on the information that was provided, we do not feel comfortable recommending approval of that request. But again, that's up to council should they choose to decide differently. So some of the concerns that we've heard from the public were traffic, but again, this request is not altering any use or intensity from a traffic standpoint. The request was reviewed by our traffic engineer, and he opined that that the traffic impacts are not appropriate because there's no increase in intensity. We did receive some concerns from a few residents or property owners that own rental property in the area about the height. So just really concerned about shadow effects, increased parking or noise, but again, if the intensity is not changing. So we went ahead and heard those comments from the public in opposition. We did receive one person that did support the project, but they did not provide me any information as to why. So in conclusion, in terms of compatibility, we really went ahead and tried to address those issues where we would have those compatibility concerns in terms of maintaining the eastern property height restriction, incorporating additional conditions for buffering, and also those architectural treatments that will help reduce any of the massing concerns we would have. For the Bonita plan analysis, that's also included in our attachment A regarding height. This policy on height, as the applicant explained, the general commercial category does allow the ability to have a 75-foot tall building. But when you look at policy 1.1.3, it really dives into how we evaluate that height, and it goes ahead and refers back to the land development code. And through the plan development rezoning process, that's where we get to evaluate the surrounding neighborhood and compatibility. So you will see that, and then through our policy 1.1.22, we also review those types of requests based on, again, the surrounding area in the neighborhood. The other item that we looked at was just the level of service, but again, because no intensity is changing, there wasn't any further information needed on that. For environmental, transportation, and engineering, there's no modification to the existing environmental analysis that was done in 2016. As stated before, there's no impact to the traffic or transportation network, and the applicant has confirmed that the relocation of this building would not alter their ultimate design for a chamber stormwater management system. For conditions of approval, what I wanted to go ahead and just bring to your attention is in condition 1, we're going to need to go ahead and modify that master concept plan date. The other conditions to note is condition 2 goes ahead and modifies condition 3, which is our buffering our height limitations, and it also adds the new architectural language. In condition 3, that modifies condition 9B of the 2016 ordinance regarding buffering, and then it also goes ahead and encapsulates our recommendations on the deviation changes. And then we have a new condition from the Lee County Department of Transportation because they're concerned or just want to be involved in any access concerns for Bonita Beach Road. Based on those findings and then the recommendations as outlined in the staff report, we found that the application met the 10 criteria for the review of this amendment request, and staff is here to answer any questions you might have.
No, let me just express my ignorance about this whole thing. You talk about building height. I imagine that's so as to not impair anyone's view. And am I correct? I mean, if you move something from 70 feet to 30 feet, is that going to impact a person's view anyway? It's just going to be a little further away or closer. So, I mean, I can't understand the rationale between the relationship of setback and height. Can someone explain that to me, to this neophyte, please?
Would the applicant like to go ahead and respond? Or would you like staff?
I'll gladly respond. Again, it goes back to we're not making changes to our buildings. We're not making changes to our height. We're not making changes to our density. In terms of the setback to the rear boundary, which is where we have to push back a little bit, our original approval in 2006 required that we have trees tall enough to completely block the view of the building. So the buildings would be blocked anyway from view, given the required buffer that we need to do. So the thickness, the width of that buffer really is meaningless if you've got tall trees lined up there. From further away, you can't tell whether those tall trees are planted in a 15-foot wide area or a 10-foot wide area. The key is that there's trees blocking that building. So as far as we're concerned, no, we don't see any change that's going to occur to the view corridor to any buildings in the rear.
You're anticipating 75-foot tall trees?
Yeah, we're doing, well, we're obligated to completely block, for the most part, the buildings. Our intent is to go well above and beyond that and actually do beautiful palm trees all around with trees in between those palm trees.
So let me understand then, as far as the view of the neighbors is concerned, whether the building is 75 feet away or 40 feet away, given the trees, it's irrelevant.
Correct.
As far as the view is concerned. Am I
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and from staff standpoint, I mean, they're typically, when we look at different projects, and of course it's going to depend on context, because obviously in traditional suburban areas, the context and what the expectation is different than what you would see in a more urbanized area. But traditionally, we do like to make sure that there's a transition when you have lower intensity development next to a higher intensity development, and especially with mass and scale too. So that is why you'll see, as the applicant has stated, conditions to go ahead and address any perceived incompatibilities that could arise based on the development format.
Now, I'm not a mathematician, but maybe Mr. Donnelly can help me. But if it's 70 foot back, it doesn't necessarily block the sun out. But if it's 30 foot back, it could very well block the sun out. Is that right, Mr. Donnelly? Or am I wrong on that?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's
that's what it is, Mr. Rascio. So it blocks out the sun.
It's geometry, and you know the people who live in the homes adjacent to this property have a right for light and air and sun, and the increase in height is clearly going to impact those rights that they have, which seems to me that the change in the height and the distance have little to do with the rights and the well-being and the welfare of the people that are abutting this project and in those areas. And in addition to that, make the transition that between the commercial and the residential much more dramatic. And it's clearly an impact here that affects those residential areas because of the geometry and the lack of light and view. We just had a project in here, we talked about view endlessly, and the difference between a 40-foot high building and a 10-foot high building, and the difference that those slight changes would make to the welfare and the views of the abutting people. This is the same kind of issue. And this is, of course, a much more dramatic example of that.
Well, thank you for explaining the sun. I just never focused on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, the view is the same, but the sun issue is the issue.
It's sun, it's light, it's air, it's all of those things, Tony.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Russ Wynn, what has been some of the feedback from those residents? Has there been any public feedback?
There has. I can address that since we've had multiple meetings with the public and they've been incredibly supportive. We currently don't have anyone that lives in the rear of our property here that I understand is opposed to this change at all. We've had 2 public meetings, the people that live both in the north and on the east. There were some concerns when they arrived, but the concerns were mostly involving density and traffic. When we explained that we're not making changes to either of those, they were actually quite supportive. In the last meeting we had here 2 days ago, everyone there, and I mean this honestly, if there was anyone there that that you can find that was anything but wholeheartedly supportive of our application, I didn't see that person. When they left, everyone there, in fact, asked me, because I'm currently running for elected office, asked me for my information because they all wanted to support my run for elected office. That's to the degree to which they were supportive of this application.
And if I may interject, so the applicant is correct. We do require 2 neighborhood meetings. In your packet, you will see information from the first neighborhood meeting. Staff was just delivered the results from the second neighborhood meeting this morning. So I have not had a chance to go ahead and look at that post-meeting summary. In terms of the public comment that I have received, the concerns that I received from the residents that went ahead and mailed back in some comment on their public courtesy notices were property owners on Meadowlark Lane or a property owner that owned rental property, and one of the properties was on Quails Walk. So that's a rental property. And then another entity or another person that lived a little further away. But otherwise, we have not received any direct feedback from any of those homes.
And Jackie, the 2 people that you just described, the rental property owner on Meadowlark and the one on Quails Walk, were both at our public event that we had here the other day. Both of them were fully supportive of the project once they understood it. The language in the mailer is a little bit difficult because it makes it seem as if we're asking for greater height or for more density. Once they understood it, we were just moving one of the buildings back and reducing the setback to the east. They were very supportive of it.
Yeah, and just those courtesy notices were dated September 6th, and I understand the applicant's meeting was on the 10th. Yeah. So that seems to be appropriate.
Ms. Ganson, could you explain why you are recommending consideration? It's a word I've never heard of in this context. Consideration. Sure.
Yeah, the reason why
we'll recommend disapproval. I don't know, I'm not sure, but consideration? Come on.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to the 2016 final action that was taken by council. You know, staff had their recommendation of approval. Of course, we had a more restrictive standard in terms of the height, but council went ahead and approved a different standard that was less restrictive. So it kind of comes along in that same vein in terms of if this is a similar outcome that the current council would like to consider, then that is up for them for their consideration. And then 2, with the development community, we always try to go ahead and position an application to get them to a positive outcome.
So why didn't you recommend approval then?
Well, again, there was one section of the request that we did not recommend approval of, so that eastern boundary line. So it wasn't a true recommendation of approval or a true recommendation of denial on the applicant's true request.
So you're proposing then to just split the application and approve part of it and disapprove the other part? That's what you're saying?
Mr. Rossio, I think what Ms. Genson's trying to indicate is that there is a policy gap with respect to one portion of the petition. And so because there has been no formalized policy from the council, nor is there any regulation on that, they don't have a basis for determining a recommendation on that portion.
Would you recommend then that we that we kind of grant a continuance and have the council make the decision, and then your recommendation will be clear one way or the other? Is that possible, or is that just, I don't know? I think Mr. Chairman would prefer that a recommendation to approve or disapprove were made. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. I mean, I'm at a loss to understand. I think, look, in 2016, the staff recommended disapproval, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
No, Chairman. We initially had recommended approval. It was in June of 2016, but the applicant provided supplemental information for our consideration. And so when it went back for the actual hearing in itself, we did recommend approval with conditions.
The city council voted to approve. So we have before us, so we don't make policy, the city council makes the policy. So the city council has basically approved, right? So what we're struggling with here is, and I think what you're asking is, why the split decision, right? Do I understand you correctly, Tony?
Yes. And I think Mr. Rooney said because a policy issue has come to the fore, which we cannot decide.
We cannot decide.
Must decide
We
that.
do not make policy.
But you may make recommendations.
Correct.
I mean, recommend the policy to the council.
Correct.
So now we have the presence of Mr. Dolmer has appeared.
Yeah.
This must be something very weighty.
No, I'm just another person attempting to provide a little clarity. So,
Please.
if you forgive me, what we've looked at is a situation where the city council on a previous request had adopted a standard lesser than what we had recommended. As opposed to going back on our review, what we're simply stating is that this was done in the past, and council has taken that action despite what was presented. That's for the northern request. On the eastern request, what we have done is simply stated that the situation there with the way that property lays out is a little bit different. And based on the information that was provided, I can't tell you if it's consistent or inconsistent. But what we do know is that there's going to be a master plan that comes back in that addresses a lot of that property east of that building that we spent a lot of time discussing. And it's going to address everything basically from Beach Road to the northern property line. So if council wants to adopt this proposal as it's currently presented, that's absolutely fine with us. And if they want to look at it at some point in the future, that's their prerogative. They are those that establish the policy.
John,
for the property. Yes, sir.
Say that again about the northern boundary, about what city council approved. That's very important here.
Well, go back into history. What they had approved was a little bit lesser of a standard than what we had recommended approval for. And as opposed to going back and doing a 180 on a review, which comes up with other concerns, at least on staff's part. What we've stated is this has been adopted in the past. We looked at it as a comparative analysis when you look at where the buildings were located or previously approved and what's being currently proposed. And with what's being currently proposed, based upon council's previous decisions, this is something that we can recommend approval for. And that's why you see that recommendation phrased a little bit differently than the request on the eastern side of the property.
So you're recommending approval of the northern boundary?
Correct.
Based upon what the city council approved in 2016?
Several factors, that being one of them.
Right. So the policy has been set by city council in 2016?
Correct. This is a modification of that request, but is based on our analysis generally consistent with that.
The modification of that request is that it would be somewhat closer to the boundary line.
Correct. It would be closer to the boundary line for one building as opposed to having multiple buildings that would run along parallel to that northern boundary. So there'd be less building closer to the property line.
Mr. Rooney, are we obligated, based upon the 2016 decision by city council, are we obligated as a matter of law to follow that city council ruling?
No. You are, as I often repeat in these meetings, when we're talking about a rezoning, you are really limited to making the findings that are required under section 4-131 and the additional findings for plan development. And to all the comments, whether it's regarding the architectural designs, prior issues, how the site is laid out, your review criteria are essentially those criteria, whether they are the appropriate mixes of uses, whether it's compatible. Those are the decision points upon which you rely on, not on items that may have occurred many years ago. That's all useful for historical knowledge, but really that's a decision for the city council.
But we have been religious in trying to follow the instructions of city council. For example, in the Popeyes case, you may recall, in 2015, they mandated that there can't be fast food restaurants within 500 feet of each other. In 2018, 2.5 years later, it came before us. Much as we liked the project, we said we can't vote for it because city council mandated. So if
that was a regulatory mandate that
Right.
was incorporated into the special exception criteria that you had to consider.
Right. So my concern is if city council mandated that, do we have to follow it in this case? And you're saying no. With regard to the northern boundary.
The city council's mandate, when it is a mandate that is laid out in the codes that you review. When it is a policy decision with respect to an individual application or petition that's before the city council, then that is their decision to make.
Okay.
You are free to make recommendations, but that is the limit of your authority.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Dolmer, did you have anything else to say?
Not unless you have additional questions, sir.
Is there any rebuttal by the applicant? Public comment. Mr. Smilko, would you open it up for public comment? And if there's anything outside the bounds of propriety, Mr. Smilko, please turn it off immediately.
We had one scheduled public comment, but and other than that, is there anyone else that would like to speak?
And Kyle, from what I understand, that gentleman has rescinded
Yes.
from participating? Okay.
So there are no public comments. Is there anything further either from the applicant or the city?
Yeah, I'd like to make just another quick comment here. So again, I think while it may appear that we're asking for some, at first glance, that I'm coming in with very little information, again, I just want to reiterate, the reason we're doing that is because we do plan on coming in for a larger rezoning, but there is one building that is coming out of ground first, and that will potentially affect the ability in the future for that larger rezoning to have the necessary space for retail. The concerns that you guys express for the people at the northern boundary line or the eastern boundary line, as I indicated, we have had multiple, we've mailed out to everybody. They've all seen what this is. We've had community meetings. We've discussed with them. They are all in support of our application, and any decision that our movement of the building is going to negatively impact somebody, and therefore, in order to protect that person, you want to vote against this, I would strongly advise not to do that, because that person, if they actually felt that way, would be here today to speak on their behalf, or would have come to one of our meetings to say so. So to protect someone by voting against something when they themselves are actually in favor of it, I don't think does them a service. So that's just last thing I wanted to point out.
One more silly question, Mr. Drawer.
Yeah.
You claim that you need to move the building back to put retail in front.
Correct.
Listen, I'm no real estate guy, but can't you put the retail in the back?
So just again, we would have retail that is not accessible to the public. So the whole reason, it's not that I want to put retail in the front. And by the way, if this gets rejected here and it gets rejected at City Council, the reason I'm putting, honestly, relatively low effort towards this endeavor, which obviously in 2016, we put a lot of effort into it, is simply because this is us just wanting to abide by the overlay. And the city wants the ability to have a walkable, bikeable street with retail. We own a significant area fronting Bonita Beach Road. If you try to do something walkable, but you have two enormous city blocks where there is nothing but parking lots, you killed that walkability. So this is simply us allowing the optionality in the future. And obviously, when we're ready to present that, we can't develop it. We'd have to come in, show that retail, get approval from City Council, get approval from the zoning board. So this is retaining that optionality. And this is purely us doing it so that that's available to the city when we present to approve that. If they don't, and this is rejected here, or it's rejected at, or I guess if it's rejected at City Council, we'll go ahead and build the building exactly as we originally designed. That's what we've underwritten this for. We'll end up with a parking lot in front of the building. That doesn't hurt our underwriting. That's exactly what we've sold to our clients and what our clients are perfectly fine with. So there's really no negative to us to go ahead with the plan as is. This attempt to move it back is 100% to be a good citizen so that we have the ability to then do the work to present a retail corridor that matches whatever the style is that the city wants.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further comment? So what is the wishes of the zoning board?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I still, the only issue I have is the one that was brought up with respect to sunlight. I mean, you know, if that's a real issue and if that's really, really important to residents, then I think there's something we should consider before we make a decision. If it's just some, you know, maybe, I don't know. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Well, and Mr. Mauricio, since this is, you know, this again, your first time on the zoning board,
right?
I'll remind, you know, all the zoning board members that the initial burden lies with the applicant to indicate that they have met the comprehensive plan and procedural requirements of land development regulation.
Okay.
If the board, as a quasi judicial body, wishes to deny requests, then they must also produce through circumstantial evidence a basis for that denial to indicate that those requirements have not been met. When it comes to light, air, and view, we have no testimony on the record from any adjacent property owners objecting to these issues. And Florida, as a general rule, does not recognize public rights to light and air and view unless laid out within our code or they are through private easement agreements. So on that point, I'd be very concerned about raising that as an issue for a recommendation against the property.
Explained it to me. Now you have explained it to me. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was a rookie, but now I understand.
I'd like to make one point also in terms of light, air, and view.
Mr. Dorr, the zoning board is deliberating now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion from the board?
No,
Mr. Donnelly, you wanted to be heard?
I think, what's happened here is that they've decided, the applicants decided, hey, it would be neat to get some retail here, and there's good reason to do that. So, but we don't know what it's going to look like. And we haven't told the board what it's going to look like, even if we do know what it's going to look like. It's hard for us to make a decision not knowing what it's going to look like. And if we view that, it might become obvious that there might be other ways to accommodate the retail on this master plan. It might not require moving buildings back or moving buildings back as much or changing height elsewhere. I think this is a very preliminary, unthought out, let's take a shot and see what they say kind of presentation. I think the board would certainly like to see retail there that's well thought out. Certainly the city would like to see it there if it's well thought out. They'd like to see it there if it doesn't compromise the rights of others, whether it be light or the transition between the different zones is very important that the staff has pointed out. That are not, those things suffer because of a lack of very careful, well thought planning that they presented to us when we looked at this several years ago. It was a beautiful plan. It was well thought out. It was a tough call because this was the first hotel that was going on the street. And a lot of time was spent. And the applicant spent a lot of time creating his vision. We have no vision for this change at the moment. So I think this thing is incomplete in that regard. So my vote would be against it. At this point, hopefully there's an opportunity for them to refine their thinking, give us more information that we can make an intelligent decision on.
But isn't that reasoning contrary to Mr. Rooney's advice and instruction?
No.
No.
I would say no.
I didn't mention light and air. I mentioned a transition from one zone to another, as Jackie has mentioned, that's an important thing that they consider from a planning point of view.
It does.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
I have to agree with Mr. Donnelly. I don't think all the cards are on a table, so to speak. So I second his motion of denying the approval.
Is there a motion to disapprove then?
I make a motion to disapprove the application.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Call the roll.
Aye.
Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Russ Wynn,
If I say yes, that'll be against, for.
Vote for yes is to disapprove. A vote no is to approve the applicant.
Okay.
Repeat that again, Mr. Chairman.
What? A vote yes is to disapprove the application.
So a vote yes is to approve it.
No, a vote yes
No.
is to disapprove it.
Disapprove. I'll vote no.
Russ Wynn votes no.
Anthony Verasio,
No.
Robin Serpy,
Yes.
Chairman Kurlander,
Yes.
Richard Donnelly,
Yes.
and Roger Brunswick.
He has recused himself.
Okay.
The application is disapproved. Thank you all. I will tell you this. I offered you an opportunity to adjourn the matter and come back with some more fulsome presentation. I think you would have gotten a very different result.
I wouldn't have cared.
Pardon me?
I said I strongly the
You
person
wouldn't have cared?
correct.
Okay. Well,
The architect, I'm sorry, Donnelly, I think it is, that said that last time I put in a significant amount of work. He's correct. Last time I put in an enormous amount of work and I still got the same no. So I don't believe that it's appropriate to ask developers right now what he just described, that I should do an enormous amount of work on that retail. If the city thinks that that's necessary, have the city spend $1.5 million hiring the architects and engineers in order to do that level of study before finding out if it's even available in terms of the amount of space to do it. So I don't think it's appropriate to ask a developer to do so. Not when all this is I'm asking for the amount of room to do that. So I appreciate the opportunity to withdraw the application and bring back more information, but I also appreciate you guys voting no so that I can move forward.
thank you. With that, we are adjourned till 2 o'clock or recessed till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to let you guys know we're going to be keeping the meeting open and using.
Right.
So I'll mute everything and so just keep your computers on and don't worry. Hello, LBH. Can you guys unmute real quick? I just want to see how you guys sound on the meeting before we start at 2 o'clock. We had an applicant earlier that was having problems with their conference camera.
Hello.
Just say a couple things.
Hi, good afternoon. This is LBH. But we're not doing, we're going to be presenting from a different room that has not been locked. Robin Cook is going to be presenting.
Okay.
Hello,
Alrighty.
this is the room that they'll be presenting in, testing audio.
A different room that has not been locked. Robin Cook is going to be presenting.
Okay.
All right. Room that they'll be presenting in, testing audio.
Okay.
All right.
You think you got another check?
There you go.
Another check.
Sorry.
Alan Bowditch attending. Hello.
Hello. Who we got?
Hello.
Yes. Alan Bowditch speaking.
Mr. Rooney, Tony Rashner is here.
Okay.
Roger Brunswick's here.
Alan Bowditch
Turkey here.
And Russ Wynn is here.
Yep.
Well, Larry asked that we begin with Adam. Just kidding.
Call Larry and ask him how to unmute you. How do you
Audio settings. Mute. Hit that one.
Hey, Derek, do you see me? Oh, wait a minute. I need to start video maybe.
That'll help, Russ.
I guess that's it.
Hi, on.
Larry's on, Tony's on, Russ is on.
Okay, good.
trying to unmute?
We're trying to unmute here.
You're Mr. You're there, Mr. Inserpi. We just can't see a picture of you. You're not on mute though.
All right, hold on. Answer the phone, Larry.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. No, Larry, I got you. All right, I'm on. All right.
The Wynn is still on mute.
Donnelly is not there.
Boy, we're punctual. We're 7 minutes early.
That's because we're important. That's why.
Mr. Rooney, we do have to wait till 2 o'clock, don't we?
Yeah.
Mr. Rooney, is there a public comment period at the beginning of this?
Technically, the agenda only calls for public comment to be, when you opened up your meeting at 9 a.m. There will be an opportunity for any public to comment during the public hearing portion of this agenda item.
So at the first,
At the very first. And in fact, we should, I'll talk to Ms. Philippek. I think we probably can dispense with generic public comment that has nothing to do with the hearings, or put it at the end of the meeting if someone has something to comment generally about the zoning board.
right. So I could just,
You could just jump right into it, and when you're ready, I'll swear in I'll
right,
swear in the witnesses.
right. And then the public comment will come.
Correct.
Good. Two minutes.
Hey, Larry,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
our last applicant mentioned that he was running for public office. Do you know anything about that?
Yes.
Could you,
Mayor.
Mayor?
Yes.
Whoops, can I change my vote?
Yeah.
Well, there's only two people running for mayor. It's Rick Stein, is it Steinmeier?
Steinmeier.
Yeah, he's and Omar. Those are only two.
Which,
Who do you think's back?
which essentially means that only Olmeyer is running.
You suppose back Omar?
Omar, I'm sorry, Omar.
Who do you suppose backed him?
I thought Fred Forbes was running.
Not anymore.
He was originally.
He was. Who do you suppose backed Omar into running for mayor?
Who?
Peter.
Peter?
Probably. What do you think?
I know.
I think it's time for a write-in from Mr. Kurlander.
Oh, no.
There you go. I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's 2:00 and I'll call the meeting to order. So without further ado, I'll call the case of Bayview on Estero Bay. Mr. Rooney, would you swear the witnesses in, please?
Absolutely. All those witnesses or individuals providing testimony today, please swear or affirm. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there any ex parte disclosures?
Any ex parte disclosures? None.
All right. You ready to go?
Ms. Rini, can we have access? Can you all share, can you share your screen, please?
Certainly.
You want to call for roll call first?
Sure. Thank you. We should have a roll call to.
Verlander,
Who?
Can you start that again, please?
Chairman Verlander,
Debbie, we're not hearing you.
I think she asked for you, Larry.
I think so.
Chairman Verlander,
Here.
You got a bad microphone.
Here.
Roger Brunswick,
Here.
Russ Wynn,
Here.
Anthony Ruscio,
Here.
Robert Serpy.
Here.
Debbie, I think you should drop off and call back in. You're having some garbled communications.
Okay. The applicant can proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to do a brief introduction of the project team and an overview of the presentation. Because we have limited time to present, we have all of our experts, but we're going to do a summary of all their testimony since all of their information is already in the record. So you'll hear from Mark Wilson with London Bay Homes, myself. You'll hear from Alexis Crespo, the land planner from Waldrop Engineering. We have Micah Jackson, the civil engineer, Ted Treach, our transportation planner, Mark Kincaid, our marine engineer, Barrett Stayskull, with he's our environmental consultant, and Dan Trescott's here to talk about any hurricane evacuation issues that may come up with regard to the project. The overall presentation will be London Bay will give you a brief overview of London Bay and the project vision. Alexis will dominate the rest of the discussion with the planning and transportation and environmental summary and land development code and comprehensive plan consistency, and we'll address staff report conclusions, and then we'll open it up for any questions you may have. A brief summary: the property is approximately 30.51 acres. It's outlined in this aerial yellow. Coconut Road, we're near the Hyatt Regency. The Raptor Bay project is to the north, and Pelican Landing is also, basically all around the project. We have a rezone request to change the 30.51 acres from CPD, Ag 2, and Mobile Home PD to a unified plan development known as Bayview on Estero Bay, and it'll be an RPD and a CPD. Essentially, there'll be two options for development of the property. One will either be a 300-unit CCF, continuing care facility, that includes 75 skilled nursing units or beds, or I'll just call it a regular multifamily project consisting of 300 units. All of the water-related uses that you've seen in the staff report, the wet slips, as well as the ship store, all of those water-related uses go with either of the two options. As your staff report has indicated, this is a companion to a growth management plan amendment, which put the remainder of the property into the Coconut Village as far as on the future land use map, as well as in the future land use elements. All of the uses in the PD that you're going to be considering today are also included in the growth management plan amendment. As you will see, your staff is already recommending approval because what we're requesting is consistent with the growth management plan amendment that is being considered current with our rezone request. At the conclusion of all of our testimony and based upon both the written record and the oral testimony we'll hear today, you will see that we are consistent with the growth management plan and we meet all of the criteria within the land development code. And we're going to ask you to follow your staff recommendation and recommend to the city council approval of this rezone petition. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Wilson to take you through the London Bay story.
So thank you, Rich, and good afternoon, everybody. So just quickly about London Bay, some of you will know this. We're a local company. I established the company 30 years ago, back in 1990. In actual fact, this month is the anniversary of the start of the company. I think it's important for a project of this scale to know that we are local. All of our management is local, and in fact, all of the ownership is local. So we care about the community, and we've been here a long time. We've got an excellent team of professionals that work in the company, and I think it's fair to say over the years we've built up a reputation for integrity, very good customer service, excellent design, professionalism in the way we deal with people, and pretty importantly, we have the financial strength and wherewithal to pull projects off like this and get the job done. I think it's also important to just point out that we care about the team. We've been a Blue Zone company since the very start of Blue Zones, and before that, we had an extensive wellness program in the company. So with that, let me talk a little about the vision for the project. I think we definitely see this as a legacy project, not only for us, not only for London Bay, but also for the city of Bonita Springs. We recognize that this is one of the last remaining waterfront parcels of significance in Southwest Florida. So we want to make it an absolutely outstanding project. A lot of comments you're going to hear today is going to be about the marina and Estero Bay. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the marina, but I think it's important for everybody to understand that we are going to provide increased public access and perpetual public access. This project has never promised perpetual public access to the community. And I think it's also important to consider that we are donating, in effect, a very highly usable and valuable piece of land for that public access to Estero Bay at absolutely no cost to the city or the taxpayers. Our cost in this will be very substantial to deliver the marina and our public access. And again, that's at no cost to the city. And the whole project is based on our core values of providing a quality project, dealing with all of our neighbors and everybody that we've been dealing with integrity and respect, and making sure that we're providing something very special for Bonita Springs and Estero. In terms of quality, just for everybody to understand what it is that we're talking about, this is a project that we're doing at the moment down in Naples, Morris Park, Grand Lake, very similar in scale, 275 independent living units versus 300 on this project. And as you can see, the architectural quality and the quality of the materials is pretty outstanding, as well as the landscaping and the land planning. And this just shows you a couple of images. This happens to be lakefront, not on a marina, but it gives you an idea how we address the waterfront and create a very special sense of place. And I think the other thing that is worth talking about is, as we've had input from various people, there seems to be a huge misconception of what a life plan community or a CCF community is. I think it's important to point out that 80% or greater of the people living in the community will be an independent living facility. They're just like any other luxury condominium. They're like any luxury condominium that's in Pelican Landing. In addition to that, there'll be about 20% of the project, in actual fact 75, there'll be a combination of assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing. Why are people wanting to make this change? It's the next change for them in terms of their lifestyle. When the clients move in, they're generally very healthy. In actual fact, they have to be healthy because for one of our projects, they have to pass not only a mobility test, but also a cognitive test. And just to give you an idea, one of the comments that we got at a previous meeting was that the people are not capable of doing much, and they're at a stage in life where they're losing capabilities. That's absolutely wrong. Our average age for women moving into our current project is 74, and for men it's 75. And just to put that in perspective, meeting with the PLCA at Pelican Landing, the average age over there is approximately 70. So there's not a great deal of difference here between the people moving into this project and those that currently live in Pelican Landing. And we've also heard a great deal of the concerns over evacuation. And again, for us, the plan will be extremely thorough, very expansive. The whole detailed thing is about 2 inches thick. But I think it's important, it has to be totally vetted by the state regulators before you can even get one of these projects approved. So it's not like that this is what might we do in the future. We've got to plan it all out before we start. Why are people moving to a community like this? I think there's a number of things. Improved wellness. They're trying to think about their overall wellness over perhaps the next 20 years plus of life. They want increased longevity, but also quality of life while they have longevity. They don't want any maintenance associated with their home. They've had enough of that before they move into this. Healthcare is very important, and there'll be on-site, very high quality concierge healthcare provided. The number one thing that we hear back on surveys is food. So the quality of meals are very important. It needs to be 5-star quality, which it will be. And there'll probably be 3 restaurants on site. Quality of life, I mentioned. And the other is socialization. I think we all know that as you age, it's very important to continue socialization, and it's very important to continued health. The last quote is something that we got from one of our current residents, and they said, people don't move into a community such as this as a financial investment. The investment is in peace of mind. The economics of this is significant as well. The proposed rezone will allow for significant economic benefits. During construction, this will create total impacts of about $550 million, $500 million, and create almost 4,800 construction jobs. In addition to that, you've got $9 million in impact fees, and when it's complete, if it is a CTF, there'll be approximately 130 direct jobs with 90 indirect jobs. And in addition to that, the annual impact on the community in terms of economic impact is about 27 million a year. As I mentioned, there'll be a great deal of discussion, I know, later on with regards to Marina, and I'm sure that most of the comments you'll get is about the Marina. So I thought it'd be worth showing a slide of the comparison from the Marina that was previously approved on this site and our current application. I think it's important to understand both of what we're doing now and what was there before had a single boat ramp. With regards to on-site boat trailer parking, they were going to provide 10 or required to provide 10. We've increased that to 15. With regards to wet boat slips, they were required to provide 7, and we are providing 10 for the public, plus 2 public wet slips for emergency services. They were not providing a kayak launch. We've included a very nice kayak launch for kayaks and paddleboards. With regards to on-site vehicle parking, again, it wasn't required. We have 8. With regards to any park provided to the public, there was none. And we're providing a very nice sunset public park to allow people to enjoy the waterfront and maybe put a fishing rod in or have a lunch or a glass of wine in the evening. Public restroom facilities, none were provided, and we're providing public restrooms with pedestrian infrastructure along Coconut Road. None was provided, and we're providing that with a very good sidewalk. Other facilities, no ship store was provided. We're including the ship store. And we've also gone to the additional step of getting a off-site location that on peak weekends will provide additional off-site boat trailing parking of 10 and additional off-site vehicle parking of 14. The other thing that I think you'll be pleased to hear that we've been talking to people now for the best part of 2.5 years. We've had well over 60 meetings, meeting with about every group that would want to talk to us, are interested in talking to us, or have a comment. Whether it's been positive, negative, or in between, or whether they just want to have a conversation, we met with them. And many of those groups we have had multiple meetings with, taken their input, revised what we're doing, especially with regards to the marina, and making sure that they had an opportunity for their voice to be heard. With regards to the marina, what you have on the left was what Weeks Fish Camp was, and what I have on the right is what we're planning on building, which is a totally up-to-date, first-class marina that I think the community can be very proud of. This is a side plan just showing the parking and the access and the boat ramp, as well as the access out to Estero Bay. Just another view of the marina looking back into it. And here gives you the facility that we've got for kayaking and paddleboard launch. And as you can see, it is well away from the boat ramp. It's well thought out. It's safe. People can get in and out of that without any concern of safety. So I think a very nice facility there. So with that, I thank you, and I'm going to hand over to Alexis to take you through the majority of the rest of the presentation.
Just before Alexis, if I may, tell me a little bit about the independent living, Mr. Wilson. Do people buy their units or do they rent their units? How does that work?
If it's as a CCF, it is governed by the state, and it is actually an insurance product. So the community that we're building here in Naples is what is known as a 70% refundable investment. So in actual fact, when they buy into the project, it is, as I said, an insurance product that includes all of the healthcare and the other attributes that I took you through. And at the time that they leave or they pass, their estate receives 70% of the entrance fee back to them at that time.
I'm talking.
And typically in the market, the refundability is generally anywhere from 0 to 90%, although the state has been backing off or actually requesting that 90% of refundability is reduced and preferring a 70 or 80% refundability.
Bear with me for a second. I'm not understanding you. So I want to come in, and my wife and I want to move into independent living. We buy our unit?
No, you are buying this insurance product that gives you the right of the use of the.
We buy an insurance product.
For life. So in effect, you've got access to the real estate, but the CCF or life plan community operator actually owns the property.
Okay, stop there for a second.
Yeah.
So now we're 74, 75 years old.
Yeah.
So now we age out a little and we need to go to the next level.
Yes.
We need now to go to assisted living.
Yes.
What happens then?
So what typically happens is that doesn't happen at the same time. Normally one of the spouses is getting into the situation that they need assisted living. So what happens is the person that does not need assisted living stays in their independent unit residence, and the person that needs assisted living moves into assisted living.
So they split up?
That's up to them, totally up to them. But what typically happens, because it's on site, what typically happens is one of the spouses stays within the independent living and goes and spends time with their spouse in assisted living every day. If they get to the stage that they don't need assisted living anymore, they both live back in the independent living. If they both need assisted living at any time, then they both move into assisted living. So it really is a great deal of flexibility there.
So does it always remain, does the independent living always remain at that 80% level?
Yes. So the assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing is a totally separate building that stays as that. We can't convert that to independent living units. It's a totally different floor plan with a totally different facilities, and obviously the amount of healthcare that's available in those is as a totally different spectrum to what you get on independent living. The independent living folks literally are living in luxury condos, the same as one would anywhere in Pelican Landing or Bonita Bay or any other luxury condo that you can think of.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry for the interruption. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Alexis Crespo with Walter Engineering, and I'll run through the planning highlights. I know your staff does an excellent job of being very thorough as well, so I'll reserve some of the more detailed items for their presentation. To start though with just a bit of history and context, this slide shows an aerial perspective view of the property. You can see it heavily impacted from years of development at the marina site, as well as through residential uses, single family homes, mobile homes that were historically on the property. You can see also in the context of the aerial of the site is infill in nature. We have Raptor Bay Golf Course uses to our north and east. You can see clearly the Hyatt Coconut Point Regency property to our south, and then the beautiful Sierra Bay to the west. This property was annexed into the city in 2 phases starting in 2014. So the southern 17 acres were annexed in, and then the remaining 13 or so annexed at a later date into the city limits. Only the southern portion was ever zoned into the city of Bonita zoning district, and that was through a commercial plan development or CPT rezoning approved per 14-03 zoning ordinance 1403. That is included in your backup staff report and applies to, again, 17 acres or the majority of the property. Following that, the uses were never developed, and London Bay ultimately purchased the site in 2018. This is a more viewable version of the master concept plan. I know some versions are very hard to read, so we're able to get this one out of archives. But this shows the CPD approval today, again on the southern 17 acres. You can see that it's approved for commercial uses as well as significant marina uses. To document those, that's 72 wet boat slips, 150 dry boat slips, and then 207,000 square feet of non-residential uses, including retail, were approved for the CPD. Condition 11, which is on page 331 of your staff report, houses the public access commitment tied to this original CPD. It's a fairly brief commitment, as it provided for 1 boat ramp for public use, 10 on-site boat trailer parking spaces, and 10% of the wet slips would be available for public use, or about 7 wet slips. In total, this CPD produced over 3,500 two-way trips due to the high generation rates of commercial uses that were associated with it. And we'll bring this back to our proposal later in the presentation, but certainly want to make the point clear of what was committed to through this original CPD and how what is being proposed today is a significant enhancement to the city per our proposal. So as Rich and Mark have explained, we are seeking a rezoning request. This would be to implement the comprehensive plan amendment that was transmitted to the DVO back in August. We did a site-specific comprehensive plan amendment known as Coconut Village. It housed many of the details that you'll see in this zoning application. So the unit counts, the options are housed in that text, as well as all these public access commitments are right in that comprehensive plan. that City Council transmitted up to the state in August, and we'll see again in October. So these are very duplicative in terms of the zoning relating back to the comprehensive plan. What is requested is 300 ILF units. If that option is pursued, which is the preference here, that would be done in conjunction with 75 ALF or skilled nursing beds in this comprehensive CCF facility that's Mark has described. The alternative would be 300 conventional or regular multifamily dwelling units. Regardless of which residential option is pursued, we have very clear conditions in our draft resolution, I believe condition 7, A through G, which would set forth these public commitments, including the dedication of this public access area to the city so it remains under use by the public in perpetuity. That would include the 72 boat slips previously approved. 12 of those instead of 7 would be for public use, and 2 of the 12 would be specifically for fire and Lee County Sheriff based upon our coordination with those agencies. The marina facility would have a public boat ramp. We also added in some passive boating such as a kayak launch to the marina area, a ship store and restroom facilities. There would be enhanced on-site boat trailer parking. Would be 15 boat trailer parking spaces contrasted to the 10 previously approved, as well as 8 standard vehicle parking spaces. There would also be the waterfront park feature, and then London Bay has purchased property less than a half a mile away, which would provide additional off-site boat trailer and standard parking spaces for this project. And that would be facilitated by a shuttle service, as 0.4 miles is not very far from the site, but certainly would not expect people to walk that distance in the heat of the summer. So the shuttle is a condition in this zoning as well as that zoning approval that was done last year. This just very quickly is the future land use map. Again, Coconut Village is shown in pink. This is the future land use map with companion text amendments that City Council transmitted to DEO. All on-site wetlands are shown in your resource protection future land use category, as those areas would fall under those protected category. 26.38 acres would be in Coconut Village, with the remaining 4.1 within the resource protection. I want to briefly walk you through the proposed master concept plan so you can see how the concept lays out. I am going to just switch to an illustrative version. I think that's a little bit easier to read on the screen. The site will have 3 access points from Coconut Road, which is Lee County maintained in this location. We will have to secure the requisite permits from Lee County DOT to make these connection points, but have met with them to vet their locations. I'm going to work from east to west. I don't think you'll be able to see my arrow. Good. So as you enter the site from one of these 3 entrances, the easternmost area is where one would encounter the ALF or memory care facility. This is proposed at 6 stories over 1 story of parking. Buildings B, C, D, and E, also 6 stories over 1 story of parking, also housing residential units, whether those would be ILF or multifamily, would be all in those locations. And you can see a connected street network that's been carefully designed by the London Bay team to provide for on-site open space, walking trails, pedestrian connectivity, and other vegetation areas. You can see in the northeast corner is one of the wetland preserve areas that was shown on that future land use map. As you work your way to the west to Estero Bay, we have our tallest building oriented towards the bay. This is a single building with 1 tower that would be the tallest on the north side of the site, adjacent to the Raptor Bay community, where similar heights are approved. That would be 20 stories over 2 stories of parking. And then height would transition down to Coconut Road with 8 stories over 2 of parking within this southern building. And there would be several amenities along the waterfront housed within the buildings, walking areas, etc., for residents to enjoy that outside area. I think what's of most interest to the zoning board and certainly the public would be the southern area, which is shown on this inset. This would be the public access area, which would be dedicated to the city as outlined in condition 7A. You have access. This has been designed and redesigned by the team with input from boaters on how to help get these boat trailers in, get them unloaded at the boat ramp, get them either parked or off site as easily as possible to go to other locations. So this has been carefully laid out to provide for easy access by fairly large vehicles and trailers. You can see the 15 boat trailer parking spaces in this area, as well as standard vehicle parking spaces. Along the dock area, there would be the kayak launching intended to be to the west of the boat ramp. And then as you work along, you'd have access to these public wet slips and then the Sunset Park on the west end of the site. I'm going to take a sip of water. Thank you. This next slide is also housed in the conditions. This is required signage. We worked with Mr. Weeks and staff on developing some written conditions so that the rich history of the property is reflected as it gets redeveloped. So there would be, in addition to environmentally based signs about seagrass protection, oyster, rookery protection, etc., you would also have some historical signage in that public marina area to just highlight the history of the property. In terms of environmental and marina design, again, we have the whole team here to run through this with you in any detail you'd like. We are not proposing any impacts to the wetlands, including that significant coastal mangrove wetland, which will be enhanced through redevelopment of the site. There are no protected species identified on the site. The wet and dry slips proposed are vested by current approvals, and London Bay has hired Mark Kincaid and the team to work on updating the marina so that there's better connection with the tidal influence so that the basin flushes better and resulting ultimately in better water quality for the Estero Bay. So I think a point that we certainly want to make is we understand this is a site that is one of the last remaining sites with access to the bay. There is a history of public access through the Weeks private marina over the years and the CPD approval from the past. And this needs to be carefully balanced with environmental protection. And so what we've sought to do through this application, the conditions crafted, was to balance getting people out on the water, enjoying this beautiful area, but also not overrunning it with too much boating activity, too intensive public recreation activity that would ultimately result in negative impacts to the environment and water quality, which is also of high importance to the community, as we know. In terms of stormwater management, what we're proposing will be a significant enhancement over existing conditions. The site is flat and bermed. So right now, it basically sheet flows into the Estero Bay, and there are many septic tanks buried, antiquated, that need to be removed through the redevelopment of the property. We will improve that stormwater management system and remove all of those septic tanks. We have gone the step of submitting applications to the South Florida Water Management District and the DEP to make the necessary modifications for development of the site. And as a planner, I can say that oftentimes the developers wait to spend the dollars on those types of permit applications until they're further along in the process. London Bay, however, realized that the commitment to good quality design and enhancing water quality for the site was very important, and engaged our engineers early on in the process in order to get those permits started and submitted. And certainly the outcome of the project will comply with all of the cities as well as the South Florida Water Management District design standards. In terms of utilities, we will be served by Bonita Springs utilities for both potable water and sewer, again, getting rid of a lot of existing septic systems. And we have secured a letter of capacity from the utility for the maximum development potential. In terms of transportation, we noted the existing approval, 17 acres of the site would generate 3,500 trips by way of the approved retail commercial uses. We looked at the most intensive scenario proposed through this plan development, which would be the 300 multifamily units actually would produce more than the ILF, ALF option. And so the trips from the public component as well as the 300 multifamily would be approximately 1,843 trips per day, a 1,700 trip per day decrease from that 2014 CPD approval. So certainly the traffic data we provided demonstrates decreased impact to Coconut Road. And we are also in agreement with staff.
Are you saying, Ms. Crespo, that if this project is approved, the traffic will be reduced by 1,700 trips a day?
The proposed intensity and density in this plan development request represents less trips than was approved in the 2014 CPD. And we've also consulted with the Village of Estero regarding their various traffic studies along Coconut Road to ensure that the proposed unit count, ALF, and public access is accounted for in the studies they are working on.
Thank you.
Getting towards the end of my slides, so I appreciate your patience. We did want to touch on coastal high hazard emergency management. We did, in presenting to you all on Raptor Bay, we definitely understand the concern and wanted to just come better prepared today with some of the key points on coastal high hazard and emergency management planning. And Dan Trescott is here.
Can you begin by telling us what percentage of this property is in the coastal high hazard area? Is it 100% of this property?
Yes.
Okay.
In terms of what the complaint says about
that was not true in the Raptor Bay case. In Raptor Bay, it was a relatively small percentage of the property.
I would like to refer to my notes and get back to you in a Q&A session. I don't want to go off recollection at this point, so can we circle back on that? Thank you. Dan Trescott prepared the hurricane evacuation plan that was submitted with the applications. The results of that is there is a de minimis impact, I believe less than 2 minutes impact on evacuation time. And if this is a CCF, there will be a significant comprehensive emergency management plan that gets vetted locally and by the state to ensure the site is evacuated early and properly in the event of a storm. And we provided this is much more impactful when we were at the city council, but what this is the Moorings Park CEMP or Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. This site is not affiliated with Moorings Park at this time, so this is an example only, but we wanted to make the zoning board aware that there's a document in place that has it secures contractors to have shuttle buses evacuating the facilities. It covers all the details that would be needed in order to execute an evacuation of the 300 units, and that has to be approved before the state issues any approval for this type of facility. The City of Bonita Springs plan also requires that any residential project over 100 units must have an emergency hurricane preparedness plan in place. So regardless of the end use of the property, there will be a plan that has to be documented in order to ensure safe evacuation and provide places for folks to go in the event of a storm event or other similar disaster. So we touched on some of these points, and it would secure an operator to allow for the evacuation. It secures a location to take people to in terms of shelters, all the supplies and staffing needs. It's a very comprehensive set of regulations to guide safety in this property. And again, the 300 units as ILF would not be a convalescent home. It's not a high density of people that are in a bedridden state. This is a very active community of relatively young people in an ILF format with only 75 ALF beds.
Relatively young. So 4-7.
I'm sorry, Roger, did you ask that question or? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
just to get wrapped up here, I'll touch on comprehensive plan compliance. We noted we have a companion comprehensive plan amendment. We will rely on the data analysis in your package that the proposed rezoning is entirely consistent with the comprehensive plan as amended through the Coconut Village map and text amendments. This is also demonstrating compliance with policies related to environmental protection, hurricane evacuation level service standards, roadway level service, necessary infrastructure, and providing for a range of housing in the city, as well as all policies related to conservation and coastal management. The applications also demonstrated consistency with 4-131 of your land development code. We are in agreement with staff that the proposal meets A through H in terms of compliance with your comprehensive plan, meeting locational standards, providing for the necessary infrastructure, transportation improvements, and being designed to protect environmentally critical areas. Your staff has recommended approval with conditions, including all of the requested deviations. 13 conditions of approval are outlined in that staff report. They relate to significant improvements to public access when compared to the 2014 zoning resolution, as well as providing for environmental protection, traffic mitigation, and other environmental enhancement related conditions. We have 2 minor tweaks that we have mentioned to staff. 7A relates to the dedication of the public access area to the city, meaning that area would be locked in for city use in perpetuity. We would just ask that that area be explained as not the CPD, but as the public access area would be dedicated for public use. And so to just explain the point, our CPD area encompasses some of our buildings and other private portions of the marina. And we would be looking to just more narrowly define the area that would be dedicated to the city as the parking, the boat ramp, and the public wet slips and kayak launch and park. The other minor change was 7C, and that the reference public facilities would be open not from dusk till dawn, but dawn till dusk. All right, so to conclude, again, thank you for allowing us to walk through that presentation. We're here before you respectfully requesting recommendation of approval, finding that the PD rezoning and the companion comprehensive plan amendment are upholding the intent of the Bonita Springs comprehensive plan. This proposal will lower traffic compared to the existing CPD approved in 2014, demonstrate significant environmental enhancements through restoration, enhancement of the property, and redesign of the marina area. The application is consistent with your land development code, and we have provided the requisite data analysis to support those findings. With that, I'll turn it back to Rich.
And basically, we're open for any questions you may have.
I'll reserve my questions until after the city presents. Does anyone on the board want to ask questions at this point?
Yeah, I would. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would.
Mr. Inserpi, Mr. Vice
I'd like to go back and touch on a point of the proposed boat ramp. What's the size of the proposed boat ramp?
We're gonna have Danville.
Yeah.
Better.
Danville Ledbetter for the record, London Bay Homes. The boat ramp's 18 feet wide. Is that the question?
Yeah, what's the size of it?
It's 18 feet wide.
18 feet wide. Was there a submission to London Bay from ECCL that said that if you extended it another 12 foot or 18 feet, you could possibly put in a 30-foot boat ramp? Is that true?
We had multiple conversations with the ECCL on this issue, and I think one of the proposals they had was to change the master concept plan that shifted the buildings around to make room for that configuration that you just mentioned.
All right, let me ask you this. Would you consider widening that boat ramp to 30 feet?
Let me answer that. It's Mark Wilson. I think we've met with ECCL and discussed the various options, but I think the issue that you've got, and you'll probably hear this from us a couple of times, is that dealing with all the different constituencies that we have and speaking to them all. We've got all of the ECCL that have spoken to us, not all, the majority of people from the ECCL want 2 boat ramps and want more public access. And then our largest neighbor to the south is Pelican Landing, and they are very concerned about having 2 boat ramps and want to make sure that it's a neighborhood marina and not a regional marina, and believe that 1 single boat ramp is important. And then in addition to that, we've met with the various people that are concerned about the Estero Bay. And again, they wanted limited access to the water. So trying to thread the needle on all of those different things, we still believe that a single boat ramp, I don't please all the people all the time, but I think we can please most of the people and still provide a fabulous facility.
Well, you must realize that the boating population very large in Southwest Florida. And you honestly and truthfully think that a 12-foot boat ramp is going to be sufficient? You're not opening up to the complete public, I don't think.
18 feet, not 12 feet.
18 feet.
We-
Okay,
we
you think that's enough? 18-foot boat ramp? 1 boat you're talking about.
If you take into account what was the previous approval on the site, which is actual fact, the boat ramp was 2 feet narrower, it was 16 feet. It had less trailer spaces. It didn't have the other benefits that we're providing for the public. I think that we are providing an excellent marina without having to provide 2 boat ramps and increase the traffic.
With all due respect, that was then, this is now. More population in the area, more boaters than there were 20 years ago. And the way Weeks Fish Camp was set up, that was then. We're talking about now. Everything has increased. And that boat ramp should be increased. 18 foot is not enough to handle the general public.
I think I understand your comments, and I think in all with respect, we believe that what we're providing is sufficient.
You know, may I say something? I think the presenter on behalf of London Bay made an interesting point that we may have missed. So one of the concerns is, I guess, the environment of Estero Bay. And I imagine this 1 single boat ramp would basically limit traffic into Estero Bay, therefore enhancing the environmental protection. Is that a valid assumption? I mean, is that what you have in mind?
I think that is a valid assumption, yes.
Okay, well, okay, thank you.
Estero Bay, Mr. Ratio, is the gateway to the Gulf. So if we want to keep boaters out, which is the lifeblood of our economy,
well, you forget, Mr. Chairman, I am not a boater. I mean, I just picked up on that point.
I have been hauling boats. I have been hauling boats my whole life, and I'll tell you this.
All right.
This is a boat ramp designed to fail. Nobody's going to use that. You can't have an 18-foot boat ramp. I've been using boat ramps. I've been hauling boats, and I'll tell you, this is a boat ramp designed to fail. Period. Full stop.
I must defer to you because I have absolutely zero experience with boats.
And that I found that their rendering was very interesting. Estero Bay, Mr. Ratio, is extraordinarily shallow.
Yes, that I know.
Extraordinarily shallow. And from where they are, they would have to be extremely small boats. And in the rendering, they have what looked like a 25-foot boat, twin screw, which how they would get in and out of where they are would beat me. It's a lovely boat, it looks like. But unless they're going to unless the area is going to be dredged, it's beyond me. Boats hang up there all the time, and they use flatboats in that area.
So let us respond a little bit.
The boats, today's boats, are basically very low polluting boats.
So if we may just respond with a little bit of data on boat ramps that are local, with a bit of research. I'm going to let Danville take you through this as he did put together this slide for us.
So we actually had Waltrip look at the Lee County facilities, all the voting facilities in Lee County, and there's 20. They put together an exhibit for us. 26, total of 26 voting facilities in Lee County. Approximately 50% of them, 13 out of the 26, have a single boat ramp.
How wide are they, sir?
I didn't ask. I don't have that data to be able to provide.
No, if they're 36 feet wide, you could have a single boat ramp. That was Mr. Inserpi's point. If you widen it out, you can have a single boat ramp because you can have boats coming in and out, or you can have two boats launching at the same time. You could have a single boat ramp as long as it's wide enough.
So at some point,
having 50%, having 50%, it doesn't tell you anything unless you know how wide it is.
So at some point, a single boat ramp that is wider would become a double boat ramp, you would think. But I am not the professional. We do have Mark Kincaid here. We can bring him in to address this issue. He has much more knowledge of the boat ramp facilities existing in Lee County than I do. If you'd like that,
before or after the staff.
Yeah, before or after the staff report, we're happy to bring him into the conversation. So please let us know what is your preference.
And I do want to add one point of content or context, whatever the right word would be. You have an already approved commercial PD that was in fact approved with a boat ramp that was 16 feet wide, and to my understanding, it's been permitted at that width. So you had both the city council, the prior zoning board, and environmental agencies review and approve a boat ramp that is 16 feet wide. That must have been obviously a safe access for a boat to get in and out of the water. So I would defer to those agencies for testimony as to what is or is not a safe boat access ramp, together with our consultant who can testify to proper marina design and the fact that what we're proposing at 18 feet wide is in fact safe access for boats to get in and out of the water. I don't think it's appropriate to have non-experts providing testimony as to the proper design of a boat ramp. And keep in mind that the CPD that was previously approved was on roughly 17 acres. You were going to bring in another 13 acres of active use on that property with no ability to redesign that marina to go wider than the boat ramp that was already approved. So I think we have met our burden and proven that a single ramp will in fact be safe and is consistent with both the growth management plan that was approved for this project and
let me be clear. I think it's safe. I just don't think it's practical for use. I think it's safe.
What the comments that we received from people in the different public hearings was not the desire necessarily to get more boats in and out of the water. They just wanted to get more boats in and out of the water faster. So nobody said the 18 feet wasn't safe. They just wanted to be able to get in and out of the water faster. And what we've said is you have to balance the desires of what the community wants and provide the additional benefits that we're doing through a ship store, kayak launch, and all the other benefits to people who, like me and others, may not be boaters, but we do kayak and we do paddleboard, but we don't boat.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
just like to, is that your final answer? Is no, you're not even going to consider widening it?
Right.
The answer is we did consider it, and we've had many, many conversations. And what we've decided based upon the conversations for many, many other constituents is that the single boat ramp of 18 feet wide was the most satisfactory to the most people that provided input. So I guess the final answer is yes, it's the single boat. Yeah.
I've got a stack of papers here that's from residents and boaters that disagree with you.
And
Now,
we had every opportunity.
you made a statement, excuse me, I'm talking. You made a statement the last time you came in front of the board, you like to be compatible with the community and you like to work with the residents and you have them at heart. You don't have them at heart. All you're concerned about is 12 foot that'll make the ramp wider. It'll be less money in your pocket. That's what you people are concerned about. Okay, that's the feeling I get. If I'm wrong, correct me.
I personally think that you're wrong, but you're welcome to your own opinion. I think again, what we've tried to do is balance. Don't get me wrong, the ECCL has done an absolutely fabulous job getting out to their community and trying to make sure they bring maximum effort to change the marina, have more public access, more parking spaces, larger boat ramp, and everything else. At the same time, as I've told you, with the over 60 meetings that we've had, there is the different constituencies, and there are as many people in Pelican Landing that are concerned about the increased traffic and boat trailers clogging up Coconut Road and their access to their marina that we have also had to take into account, as well as the very well organized group from ECCL.
Okay, let's move on. Is there, Ms. Crespo, are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
No, Ms. Crespo.
Yes.
I do want to add something. There was a question that we wanted to check on the coastal high hazard area. And the Raptor Bay project, I think Mr. Kurlander that you were referring to was also 100% within the coastal high hazard area.
I don't think so.
Well, Jackie's
I'm virtually certain it's not 100%, but
you can confirm with Jackie, but both Alexis and I went back and looked at that prior submittal.
And you have changed your coastal high hazard map recently, or are in the process of doing so.
Are you finished with your presentation? Is there anything?
Yes, sir. We're at the question and answer stage, and I know you wanted to reserve until after the.
I've reserved until the city. Are there any other questions before the city presents?
Yeah, I have a question.
Please, Mr. Donnelly.
This is the first time I've ever seen an application that says it's either one or the other. It's either housing or it's continuing care. So we don't know what it's going to be. There's a site plan that we've seen, and I don't know whether that's a housing plan or if that's a continuing care plan. And the difference between the two types of projects, it seems to me, that it would be something that the applicant has maybe already figured out, because the differences relate to parking, the footprint, the drainage, the economics of the deal, size of the building, traffic, all those things. I guess I'm a little troubled that the thinking hasn't gone any further about what's really going to go there. I certainly appreciate the developer's reputation. I know some of those guys, and they've always built a beautiful project. So I'm a little surprised that the thinking here doesn't seem to have pushed as far as it should.
Maybe if I may, maybe you can for you. I'm going to try to answer that for you, because I think that the thinking is a lot further along than we necessarily get credit for. The CCF has always been the preferred option but recognizing that that requires state approval and to get through the process. The backup plan, which is basically the same site plan, except for where you see the AL/MC, which is the skilled nursing facility and the assisted living and memory care building. The buildings are interchangeable because buildings A, B, C, D, and E are basically condominium multifamily units. One will be operated as independent living. If we get the state approval for the continuing care, they call it a continuing care retirement community under the state regulatory scheme. If that is not approved, the option would be a multifamily project, and that was it's not unusual to have a PD that allows both uses in the PD at this stage, and that's what we've asked for. But as we said during the comp plan hearings, the preferred plan is the CCF, but you never know.
I think I would just, again, Mark Wilson, the thing I would add for that is the floor plan layouts and the building layouts for independent living units. Again, just to repeat ourselves, they live like luxury condos. The project that we're currently building down here in Naples, if you took our floor plans and the buildings and you build them elsewhere, they are market-driven luxury condominiums that I would be satisfied with building if I was doing a project directly on the Gulf. It's important that they are very market-driven. So the interchangeability of uses, other than it reduces one building and you don't have assisted living and memory care, is pretty minor. The parking requirements, because of what we're doing in terms of the CCF or for multifamily, is pretty much identical in terms of the parking requirements. Because the CCF unit is at the luxury end of the market, and because they are active, many of the couples that we service have 2 cars, and they still want to have the same parking that they could have in a regular condominium. Also, the facilities that we'll have in terms of amenities, in terms of pools, swimming, walking, tennis, is also very similar. The difference with the CCF is there is a little bit more provided in terms of amenities with regards to a theatre, doctors' facilities, physical therapy availability, and restaurant facilities that you would not have typically in a in a residential. And also the analysis that Alexis gave you was based on the reduction in the traffic was from the current approved plan, was based on multifamily, which is the highest use. As you went to CCF, it's a further reduction in traffic.
So the site plan we see is a CCF site plan?
It's what we're intended as a CCF, but again, if that became residential, the site plan would not change dramatically, other than down in the southeast corner, the building that's got ALMC on it currently would not be there because you wouldn't have an ALMC. You would have one less building because it would be 300, not 300 plus 75.
Right, I see. And is it possible that the project might contain both?
It's an or. It's an or.
It's an or.
We're not allowed to do, it's an either or option.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have, the developer, do you have enough data to submit a request for permission to actually construct a continuing care facility at this point?
No, we do not.
And how long will it take you approximately?
I think, well, first of all, we've got to decide who our operating partner is. Again, remember, London Bay is the developer, and when we do a facility like this, we bring in an operating partner. In the current case, as you've heard, our current partner is Moorings Park down in Naples, who is one of the very best in the business. But we haven't got any agreement with an operator at the moment to do this. And the application is an application actually from the operator who gets provided with the approvals from the state rather than us, because you have to have the operating license and be able to provide all of the healthcare facilities that we've spoken about. So that application could be some time away, it could be over 12 months before that application goes in. And again, further design has to be done. And the actual application that you put in is about, so I'm not exaggerating, it's about 3 inches thick in terms of the analysis that has to be done in order to get approval by the state. I think the other thing that is worth noting is one of the reasons that we want the flexibility is two things. One, about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago now, the state was very concerned about a couple of failing communities within the state, and they were talking about swinging the pendulum so far that restricted new facilities and quite honestly made it uneconomic to develop them. And Moorings Park, Grand Lake was the very first project to be approved after they went through the discussion at the legislative level. And if that was to happen again, and especially with the economic conditions that we're in currently, then we're very concerned that the state has another major concern and the pendulum swings in the wrong way to make this economic. So I think it's very important for us as a developer to have some flexibility in terms of the economics of the project. Again, the scale of this is pretty large and very important to the community. And we want to make sure that what we have has economic flexibility for us because we don't know all eventualities.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering in my own mind that if it takes 2 years, maybe to get everything, all the approvals in place and to even begin construction, things may change in 2 years. So, I mean, me personally, I don't like to approve something that may take place 3 years from now. So that's just my opinion, but I will defer to other members of the zoning board and see what they feel.
If I could add in a couple of final comments here.
Please, Donnelly. Please.
Yeah, thank you. I need to chime in on the ramp business. I think one ingredient that we haven't really talked about much is the fact that this will become a city-run facility with all the responsibilities and maintenance that go along with it. And I would suspect that the city would probably appreciate seeing another 10 feet added to the width of the ramp. It doesn't seem to be a lot of money to do that. And it seems if you look at the site plan, that there's room to make that. The other thing I wanted to just mention to you, and maybe it's a little beyond our scope today, but as you focus in on the fact that it's in a coastal zone and that you have to deal with a very restrictive situation in terms of designing evacuation plans. Has there been any thought when you look at that and get prepared to go through the ordeal of permitting with the state or whoever, the issue of sea level rise, which if you follow some of the predictors, that if it's a typical mortgage of 30 years, during that time frame, the sea level will probably rise a foot. That's one theory. I don't know what's right, but that's a theory. But the sensitivity there is the fact that storm surge and hurricane would be much more severe given that condition. So as you traipse through the process of getting this permitted in that regard for excavation, any of your thinking relate to the issue of raising sea levels, which is going to be in the future, a major concern of this community?
So let me address two issues. I think you mentioned the marina. First of all, I'm pleased to let you know that the marina has been approved by the Corps of Engineers as designed, and we do have our permit for the marina. It also included improvements to the original permit to allow better flushing. Danville, if you want to add anything to that. And then Danville's got the information on the FEMA position.
So Mark is correct. We submitted and have received approval from the Army Corps of Engineers for the plan that is before you guys are now. That's part of the master concept plan, so that is approved. We are, once that permit was approved, we went ahead and submitted to the FDEP, which is another agency that requires approval over the permitted area. As well as South Florida Water Management District has been, we've discussed the water management aspects of the property as it relates to the marina, and have submitted a South Florida Water Management District permit as well. So those are three different agencies that are either in the process or already have reviewed and approved the marina plan. And now just going back to FEMA elevations. So all the buildings that are proposed before you now are multifamily buildings that are designed to be residential over parking. So you have a parking level, then you'll have residential living above that. The FEMA elevation in this property ranges anywhere from 11 to 13 feet in height, and we will be FEMA +1 with any residential building, but as it's proposed today, that falls within the interstitial space of the parking area, actually. So we're above that with the first residential floor. And I don't have that exact number for you, but I can tell you that we're far above FEMA +1 in our design before you today. What's the hurricane you're using to? 105, 160. We saw movement. Talk about the design of the Does that accurately answer? Does that get you the answers that you were looking for, just as it relates to that one issue or those two issues?
No, not really, but we can move on. I mean, FEMA is FEMA. You got to do what they tell you. You got to be. My question was a larger one about the process of getting the evacuation plan and done.
Both a state review and a city council.
Are there any other questions?
Well, it's probably an unfair question. You probably haven't thought about it. So
No. We've done a lot of thinking about the evacuation plan.
Sorry, I missed
No,
it.
I missed your question about the evacuation plan. As Alexis tried to show you, as part of there's two reviews for the evacuation plan, both at the state level if there's a continuing care facility, and at the local city level if it's just a multifamily project. So there is a detailed evacuation plan that will be required as part of the process. And if it's a CCF, they will be long gone and evacuated before any storm hits the area, because the plan will actually have the destination for the evacuees to go to, including, I believe it includes what meals we'll provide to them when they are evacuated. So there's a great deal of thought that goes into the evacuation plan for a CCF, as well as for a multifamily project.
Okay, I was just introducing the concept of sea level rise and how that might affect the project and the process of approvals, but that's let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, does the city wish to present at this time?
Yes, we do have a short presentation, so I'll go ahead and request to share my screen.
Please.
Make sure. Okay. Thank you. For the record, Jacqueline Ginson with Community Development for the staff presentation. As part of the review for this petition, I was the lead planner on the case. Also was involved with John Dolmer. We also had David Theriak from Theriak in Spain. However, David has a conflict today, so we have Brent Spain on the phone with us. We also have Laura Gibson for environmental, Tom Ross, our transportation reviewer, Stuart Smith, city engineer, Jay Sweet, also a planner and surveyor. We also had the Village of Estero and Lee County. The purpose of today's meeting is to go ahead and review the plan development requests within the staff report, especially because there was so much public interest in this petition. Just wanted to go ahead and highlight the process that we're going through today. So those are the specific code sections of which we're evaluating today's petition, and in terms of the process and procedure. This petition, the staff recommendation, and the standard of review for the zoning board and city council is outlined in the specific sections of the land development code as listed here. There's also public comment as part of the case for consideration. I did go ahead and provide the mail comments that we received prior to publication of the staff report. So those were provided within that document. We also had multiple email comments that came in through the city clerk's office, and those were sent to the zoning board as of yesterday. I know there was a couple of updates. And then obviously we do have members of the public that will go ahead and provide their discussion after the conclusion of our presentation. Just as a matter of housekeeping, to go ahead and inform the public of the next steps, there is the first reading before City Council on October 7th, and then October 21st is the second reading, and that is the meeting where the council typically takes the final action on the request. Also, as previously stated, this is a companion application to two comprehensive plan amendments that were sent up to the state for their review. How that process works is there's a city council transmittal hearing, and at the transmittal hearing, the council did approve to send those amendments up to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, and that took place on August 5th. The comment period did conclude last week. Staff did not receive many comments at all from the state agencies. The Florida Department of Economic Opportunity did provide one technical assistance comment, and that more is in concert of how we go ahead and evaluate and apply the coastal high hazard provisions of state statute, which would occur at a later time, not this process. The adoption hearing as well for those amendments is also scheduled for October 21st, so that way both petitions would be heard in concert. Some of the information where there is duplicative content, I will go ahead and note that and move on. So we already are aware where the location map is. Some background, which is also summarized in the staff report, is that this entire property is subject to an annexation agreement that was approved by the City Council in 2014. Within that annexation agreement, there's references to Phase 1 and Phase 2. The Phase 1 portion of the property was annexed in 2014, and at that time, there was a private petition to go ahead and submit a comprehensive plan amendment to create the Coconut Village category and also the resource protection category to support the Estero Bay Marina project. That was a commercial plan development that was approved in 2014, and really that plan development supported, I would say, public access in a way that there were some portions that were definitely going to be available to the public, such as the boat trailer spaces. But in essence, the city and the developer at the time looked at that petition as you would any type of community shopping facility. So it would be open to the public but managed by the private sector. But of course, the private sector would have the ability to limit who they choose to partake on their property. The city also processed a limited review development order on that property to help with some shoreline stabilization, and then a local development order to implement that first phase of the plan development was submitted. However, It did expire in 2015 just due to financial constraints by the then property owner. Phase 2 was fully annexed in 2015 just because of the time it took in coordination with the other property owners. So that was done in 2015. And at that time, there was no private request to go ahead and bring that portion of the property into the city's land development code or comprehensive plan. So it is bound by the Lee County Lee Plan and the land development code at time of annexation. As discussed, the developer had met with the city. I think at that time they had run the pro formas. They've tried to secure lending, and their plan just wasn't financially feasible. So that's when they started discussing bringing in different partners or selling the property to other potential developers. That started in about 2015. And at those meetings, we always expressed to those developers the importance and hopefully the expectation that public access was a very important part of the puzzle for this project, given the initial annexation. Fast forward, we have 2018, where London Bay has purchased the property, and they're in for entitlements to support the request before you. The staff request, I'm not going to go ahead and restate that for you. The recommendation of approval was provided by staff, and that's predicated on the legislative intent of the City Council based on the pending comprehensive plan amendments that were transmitted back in August. As part of that staff analysis and transmittal hearing, where staff had perceived inconsistencies with the annexation agreement and the application of a specific policy in the comprehensive plan, we received the direction of the council of what their legislative intent was based on their approval to transmit those documents. And that is reflected in this staff report as well. For the future land use map designation, the existing designation is a portion of its Lee County outlying suburban and wetlands, and then of course our Coconut Village category and resource protection. We already went over what they're proposing to change it to. Let's bring it into a city category. The zoning and permitted uses, you have the city's CPD for Estero Bay Marina, and then you have some older RPDs and MHPDs by the county for very low intensity development on that property. And they also have a holdover agricultural zone property, and the existing use is vacant commercial along with residential. Just to kind of frame the rest of the presentation, I'm going to go over the master concept plan and certain documents that are tied into that master concept plan set, and that is included in Exhibit B. We'll go over the schedule of uses briefly. Various elements that we covered by our technical experts. The comprehensive plan analysis, we'll just go ahead and supplement in areas that may be of interest to the board, and then we'll go over the surrounding area and compatibility. As Ms. Crespo had showed a little bit, the master concept plan is actually a 3-page document. So on sheet 1, you have the plan in itself and the location of deviations. Sheet 2 is a pretty cumbersome sheet, but that kind of shows the site summary of the property development regulations themselves, open space calculations, the actual deviation requests and general notes. And then sheet 3, which was also shown by the applicant, is what is known as the CPD public access inset. So we'll go over that as well. The other part to kind of point out is one of the deviation requests was relative to the duration of rights for the master concept plan. And I just want to point that out to you now, because there was a deviation request to go ahead and change the duration of rights from the code required of 5 years to 10 years. And staff has went ahead and kind of set forth some alternative language in terms of how they could essentially kind of memorialize or keep that master concept plan given the significant investment in coordination with the city for the public access piece. And we can go over that more later on in the presentation. Sheet 1 of the master concept plan, this is included in the staff report packet as Exhibit 1. It's on page 20. But this goes ahead and shows you the general location of the plan itself. So you have the CPD boundary with the public access components and the boat parking, trailer parking for the public, and then you have the RPD portion where it's the privately accessed portion of the marina for the residential uses. And from our understanding, under either option, whether or not it's a CCF for a multifamily project, the building location and their general envelopes should not differ too much. What you'll also see on the plan is some locations for some on-street parking, and of course that would be contingent on efforts in coordination with Lee County Department of Transportation. So those are the items that you would see on the master concept plan. Here, as I stated before, it's a pretty busy sheet, but this is sheet 2 of the master concept plan, where you have just general summaries of how the site is broken up into those development pods, if you will. The maximum development scenarios are outlined here, the open space calculations, the listing of the actual deviations, and other things of that nature. And I'm happy to answer more questions if you have those. This is the CPD inset, which the applicant already shared with you as well. Kind of shows where the boat trailer parking areas would be. The schedule of deviations. I'll go into a little more detail on this since the applicant did not go into as much detail, but there is a series of deviations that have been requested as part of this petition, 13 in total. So, and these are depicted on the master concept plan in certain areas. All of the staff's recommendation on those specific deviations start on page 10, and then the applicant's requests and their justifications are on page 101 of the staff report packet. But essentially with these deviations, the code allows for an applicant through the plan development process to request deviations. The Chapter 3 deviations are more of your technical deviations. They're really reserved for our technical staff, such as our engineers or landscape specialists. But because they're going through a rezoning action now, it makes more sense to go ahead and take care of those in those instances. The Chapter 4 deviations is where that's more subject to our two-prong or two-test process, where we have to show that it's not a detriment to the public and that it enhances the plan development. So again, these are the deviations that were requested. If there's specific questions, if you'd like me to go over each one of those, or I can go ahead and move on.
Yeah, please move on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, schedule of uses, that's outlined in Exhibit C, and mainly what you'll see there is under the RPD heading of the property, you have the uses listed for the option 1 or the option 2, and the applicant's correct, it's an either or, they don't go ahead and use both. And then the CPD section are those uses that are there to support the marina and the public access uses. The environmental staff report is included on pages 28 through 30. There was significant coordination with Lee County as it relates to their manatee protection plan and the boat slip counts. So Laura Gibson in our office works very closely with Lee County regarding that. There's quite a bit narrative and analysis on the water quality improvements that are being proposed as part of this project that she can also answer. And as well as part of the application materials, there was a cultural resource assessment survey that was done outlining the history of the property. And some of that information will be used as part of some of the ongoing education once the project redevelops. We also had an analysis on stormwater and traffic. So again, as part of the improvements to the project, they will be making improvements to the boat basin. I'm sorry, it's not supposed to say boat basin, but it's a boat basin. And then our city regulations do require them to do some pretty detailed engineering modeling at time of local development order. So that is a code requirement. We had coordination with Lee County and the Village of Estero as it relates to Coconut Road. We did extend the invitation for the Village of Estero to attend today's meeting, but they had a conflict. But essentially, there is a condition that we went ahead and placed in the Raptor Bay Pelican Landing case that the Village of Estero had asked that we please insert into this petition, and we have done so. So they have no objections that we are aware of as part of this case. Comprehensive plan analysis, that you will find in the Attachment A section of your packet. That's the staff analysis, and then the applicant also provided theirs on page 77. And again, those of you that had watched the local planning agency hearing for the companion comprehensive plan amendment, we updated our comprehensive plan section based on council's direction at the transmittal hearing. So you will see a slightly different version based on the legislative direction that we received from the council. But for the future land use element, the goals that we specifically cited was the mixture of uses, level of service, and also just to show you what the future land use text amendment is. Essentially, the amendment was processed to support the petition that's before you. So no inconsistencies with that as proposed. And then this is the language as it continues. So again, no comments from the state agencies. So if this gets approved in October, this rezoning request would be consistent with their proposed comprehensive text amendment. And this is the mapping change, just to go ahead and constitute that change. Additional comprehensive plan analysis was relative to transportation. They will go ahead and provide the necessary automotive, pedestrian, and vehicular upgrades. With the conservation coastal management, there was policy discussion regarding the marina siting, water quality improvements, stormwater treatment. Relative to the coastal high hazard, there were some questions earlier. Based on the map that the city went ahead and adopted in December of this year as part of our last stated year mandated amendments, the coastal high hazard map does include this property. It also includes the majority of the Raptor Bay. Some of the mapping is a little hard to construe. But again, the coastal high hazard area is based on a specific statutory definition by statute. So it's very clear on what the city can and cannot regulate in the coastal high hazard area and those policies. So in terms of this specific application, the coastal high hazard area requires them to do one of three things. And I believe the applicant ultimately is going to end up doing the third option, which is they would go ahead and enter into an agreement with the city to go ahead and mitigate for their impacts in the coastal high hazard area. And that is what they're required to do by statute. That is the law. The coastal management area, that is a new section that the council adopted, which this property is also within that boundary. And based on direction from council, it is the application interpretation that they are consistent with that coastal management area based on the surrounding area's density and intensity. In terms of surrounding property and compatibility, these are factors that we look into based on the request and the location of buildings, height, density, intensity. So we went ahead and looked at the whole area, and keep in mind we are aware that the applicant has done pretty extensive outreach beyond the required neighborhood meetings and the courtesy notices. I do understand they've had multiple stakeholder groups, so that was very important to them to at least address the visual concerns, and as well as we know trying to make everyone amenable to their public access items. But in terms of tower height and visual impacts, because we understand that was very important to the people when we heard the Raptor Bay case in 2016. They went ahead and provide these visual exhibits just kind of showing existing development patterns along the Estero Bay shoreline and how their proposed project would be viewed from that standpoint. And then this is the vantage point down Coconut Road, and here would be their proposed buildings that you could see as you come down Coconut Road to the west. Other staff analysis, as I stated before, we had coordination with Lee County and the village. They've had the extensive neighborhood meetings. We do understand from the public comment, and as you are aware, there's still concerns from certain segments of the community about the boating access. And we are also aware that Pelican Landing Community Association, who did speak at one of the neighborhood meetings, was also concerned about how this request would go ahead and complement their strategic planning efforts that are also underway. And that is why I included that documentation from London Bay of those meetings. In terms of the conditions of approvals, which is included on pages 6 through 10 of the staff report, just picking out some of the key conditions that may be of most interest to you and the public, which would be the duration of rights, which essentially can vest that plan. Another condition to highlight is that we are taking the condition from 2014, implementing it here about making sure this marina has a clean marina designation, making sure there's proper marine education signage to those people visiting the bay and using the bay, and also making sure that there are proper controls to preserve our environmentally sensitive areas. We are very appreciative that the applicant is working with, I think, the Weeks family to go ahead and share the history of this property. So the applicant has agreed to a condition relative to that. Condition 7 with the signage, we as staff are comfortable with the applicant's changes. They actually proposed the original condition language, so at this point we have no objection to those changes. But I would implore the public to look at that condition 7, because condition 7B outlines the types of the facilities that the applicant is willing to go ahead and provide for the public. It also provides the applicant to charge a fee to go ahead and utilize those resources, which was on par with the Estero Bay Marina zoning case in 2014 as well. Condition 8 just requires the jurisdictional coordination regarding the traffic signal on US 41, which was very important to the village of Estero. Based on that, we found the request meeting all 10 findings, and that formulated the basis for our recommendation. And staff is here if you have any questions.
Jackie, could you point out on the site plan the location for the additional parking and the area that's going to be served by a shuttle?
I do not have that actually, because the additional parking is off-site. I can quickly pull up something. Let me go ahead and exit my sharing my screen so I can go ahead and do that.
It'd be helpful.
But it is off-site. It's not in any of the diagrams that I have.
Is it owned by the applicant?
Yes. And that was actually, so I provided that documentation in your staff reports on page 351. It's the Lee County zoning resolution. And so what they did is they actually filed a petition with Lee County, because it's under Lee County's jurisdiction, to go ahead and provide that off-site parking. And it's not just for the boat trailers, it's also for, I understand, their staffing and personnel to also run the CCCF facility. And if the applicant wants to go ahead and supplement that, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, you could show us where that is.
In their presentation, they said it was 0.4 of a mile away. I think one of the boat captains in the submittal said it was 6.2 miles away.
No, it's definitely not that far.
0.62 miles away, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting into a map here. So I believe the parcel is right here. And if the applicant can confirm I'm in the right spot, I can't pull up the Lee County STRAP information, but I believe the parcel's right here. Where my arrow is.
That is correct, Jackie.
And they want to use it. How many spots is that?
We'll provide 14 additional standard vehicle parking spaces and an additional 10 boat trailer parking spaces.
Okay, and you want to use that for your staff as well as the
Correct.
As well as for boaters?
With shuttle service to get folks back and forth.
Okay.
And I think too, Chairman, and Alexis, correct me if I'm wrong, the deviation regarding that specific parking was done, I think, before they contemplated the on-street parking and the Coconut Road right away. So in essence, they could provide more passenger-side vehicle parking if that on-street parking does come to fruition.
That's correct.
26.
There'll be 26 total parallel parking spaces in the Coconut Road right of way upon permitting.
Jackie, the other question I had, you mentioned somewhere in the write-up that there's a procedure called the text and map amendment. And you mentioned the fact that if that doesn't happen, this whole thing, doesn't comply with the Bonita plan. Is it, and that process of approval is coming up shortly, I think you said. Is it possible that in that hearing, as a result of that hearing, there might be substantial changes to the project, and that we should, in that regard, defer a decision until that
Not that I'm
approval is go ahead.
So typically with the comprehensive plan text and map amendment, what happens is you do a transmittal hearing and it goes up to the state for review and then the state agencies. Also because of the impact of the amendment, it's also sent to Lee County and also the Village of Estero. So depending on the comment and the feedback that comes back from those agencies, if it affects or requires changes to that amendment, there's still ability within the statute to make those changes. You can adopt with changes. So based on the feedback that I got back, which was from, the only comment I got back was from the state, I don't foresee any changes to that text language.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Spain, are you on?
I am, Chairman.
Okay, I have some questions for you. Does the state law allow an increase in density in coastal high hazard areas?
Well, the state statute, and I believe that's probably come up in past discussions, there's the Growth Management Act has policies that increases in densities and populations are supposed to be steered away from the coastal high hazard area. And in this situation, you have a proposed plan amendment that has gone before the city council as both the applicant and Ms. Jensen remarked on, in that the city council in this case has accepted the net density analysis that was provided by the applicant and has agreed or has adopted the policy, or at least proposed it, that this is not contrary to any coastal high hazard area requirements. And it is my understanding that.
Excuse me?
Jack.
That's voodoo, what you just said. I didn't graduate.
I understand.
I didn't graduate from that law school. I graduated from a different law school. Explain that to me from my law school.
Well,
does the state law say that you cannot have increased density in a coastal high hazard area? We'll get to the city council later. Yes or no?
Your understanding is correct. The state statute says that population is supposed to be steered away from the coastal high hazard area.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Does this project increase density? Yes or no? We'll get to city council again after this. Yes or no?
Well, on its face, and again, I wasn't involved in the review, Mr. Theriak was, but on its face, it would look to be increasing density on this property. Now, again, the city council, as indicated, is processing a plan amendment.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. So the answer again is yes. Okay. Third question. In the annexation agreement, in both annexation agreements, the first and the second, they call for the construction of a marina and a hotel. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Chairman, I'm not familiar with the annexation agreement because I do not believe our firm was involved with that.
Well, it's in the packet, so maybe I can. Hereinafter referred to as the marina area.
It's section 4.6 of the annexation agreement.
Yeah. Does anywhere in the annexation agreement, anywhere in any of the annexation agreements, is there any talk of multifamily use or continuing care facility? I'll answer the question for you, Mr. Spain. No, it does not. Next question. In the Raptor Bay case, did the applicant ask for the benefit of the bargain in that they were entitled to the benefit of the annexation agreement? Was that their argument?
In the Raptor Bay Pelican Landing case, yes, they were. Their position was that the annexation agreement was binding and that they were entitled to the benefit of that agreement.
So when they acquired the property in 2018, they fully knew what the annexation agreement was. Shouldn't they be entitled to the benefit of the bargain of what that annexation agreement said?
I'm not sure I completely understand your question, Chairman.
Well, the annexation. I mean, if they were arguing in 2000 in the Raptor Bay case that they should get the benefit of the bargain of the annexation agreement, why shouldn't that argument hold in this case? Why shouldn't we apply the very argument that they were making in Raptor Bay to this case?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just need to ask your city attorney a question for process. I feel like we have now entered into a line of questioning that is not consistent with the review criteria for a rezone. And the annexation agreement is not part of the rezone review criteria. And I think we have gone, I think we've gone astray. And I need to ask your city attorney if this is, I just want to note for the record that I think we've gone astray, and I think we need to limit the questioning to the criteria that is before the zoning board.
So is it your position, sir, that the annexation agreement has nothing to do with this?
It's my position that the zoning board is required to review the petition consistent with the comprehensive plan and with the criteria in the land development code. And as far as I know, the annexation agreement is in neither one of those areas of inquiry.
Then what's the purpose of it?
That's right.
Well, it's not relevant to the hearing we're having today is the purpose of it.
Fabulous.
I don't know.
Fabulous, isn't it?
I just don't understand that.
In one case, you can argue the one, and in the other case,
You can't. It's just.
Well,
I love it.
One moment, just please.
Mr. Lee.
Farron Kurlander, just for edification on this one. If you recall, London Bay Homes may have been the purchase contractor of the Raptor Bay project, but Raptor Bay was owned by WCI Communities, who after a denial of their comp plan and then a holding up of their zoning, used the annexation agreement in court. Right now, we are talking about specifically dealing with the zoning. You know, you haven't got to the end of your question, so I'm not gonna debate you on the relevance of your questioning, your line of questioning. However, when we talk about what the density is on this property, the density is not up for discussion today because the density has been set by the comprehensive plan amendment that has already been transmitted by the council. If that comprehensive plan amendment is not adopted by the council or is through comments at the state level changed in any way, well, then this rezoning application would no longer be consistent with that comp plan and would have to be adjusted accordingly.
So does this, help me understand, Mr. Rooney, I'm new at this. Does the city council have the authority in its comprehensive plan, the right to overrule state law?
That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. That's right.
That's what who's saying?
That's what you're saying, Mr. Rooney.
No. What you're asking a factual question. I'm not here to debate the issue of whether or not the comp plan amendment changed the density on the property. If it had, then we're just relitigating some issue that hasn't come before you. That's not relevant for today.
If state law says that you cannot increase the density in a coastal high hazard area, and in fact, this application increases the density, and the comp plan amendment says, we don't care what state law says, we're now adopting a new rule that
It is not my interpretation that state law unequivocally says that density cannot be increased in a coastal management area. What it has said in the past and continues to say today, as Mr. Spain indicated, is that as a policy direction, you should be steering density away from those areas. And where you do allow density in those areas, you should be providing for evacuation.
Well, the way I read 163.3178 and so on of the state law is that you should not be increasing density in a coastal high hazard area. We just disagree on that, Mr. Rooney. And we'll agree to disagree. I apologize for that. So we'll proceed, but I've had my questions answered. Thank you. Are there any further questions by the zoning board? Is there any rebuttal by the applicant?
I guess I'd like to wait till the end, but I do want to address a couple of questions that were raised at this stage.
Sure.
I do want to emphasize that I agree with Mr. Rooney that state law does in fact allow for increases in density in the coastal high hazard area. In fact, the statute used to have an absolute prohibition, but that has been modified, in fact, over the last several years to allow for increases in density as long as you properly mitigate. I will also say that the zoning board's area of inquiry is as to consistency with the growth management plan. It's not to inquire as to the wisdom of the growth management plan. That was addressed in a different hearing. And I do want to make it clear that we are not increasing the density inconsistent with your existing provisions in your growth management plan. Your city council agreed it was, and Mr. Theriak opined it was a question for the city council to resolve on how to determine what the appropriate density is for the growth management plan, and the city council resolved that the allowing of 11.5 units per acre in the for the the multifamily aspect was in fact consistent with the existing growth management plan provisions. So I just want to get that on the record early with regard to that. I do before the public speaks want to ask Mr. Mark Kincaid to address comments that related to the boat ramp and the width of the boat ramp and what is current practice in the area for width of boat ramps. So I'm going to ask Mr. Kincaid to briefly give you his credentials and then address the comments that I believe were made by some members of the zoning board with regard to the appropriateness of an 18-foot wide boat ramp in comparison to the types of boats that would use it and what is approved in the general area. So I'll ask Mr. Kincaid at this point to provide that rebuttal testimony.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Mark Kincaid, Coastal Engineering Consultants for the record. And just a brief background, I've been doing this for over 36 years. I'm a licensed captain myself. I have extensive experience in all different types of boat, including trailering boats. Coastal Engineering works with municipalities and developments from Manatee County down to the Keys. We currently have active probably 12 boat ramp projects right now. We've worked on dozens and dozens more projects, some of the largest boat ramps in Lee County. We've worked on those projects for the county. One of the most recent one was Punta Rassa, which is the most active ramp in Lee County. That's considered a regional ramp. The ramp that we're talking about here is not to be considered a regional ramp. Will be a smaller ramp, not near the capacity of a Punta Rassa or a Pine Island commercial marina type ramp. Of all the ramps that I am aware of from Manatee County down to the Keys, this single lane ramp being 18 feet wide is wider than any other single lane ramp that I am aware of. All the ones that we've designed are typically between 15 and 17 feet. I know of ramps in Charlotte County that are single lane ramps, that are county ramps that are as narrow as 10 feet wide. So just to give you a little background on the single lane ramps.
Thank you, Mark. Yep.
Thank you very much.
And we have nothing further until the public speaks, if that's acceptable, Mr. Kurlander.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Addison? Addison, are you there?
We're here.
Addison, could you do me a personal favor? After the case is over, please leave this on. We have some other business to conduct. It'll be about 10 minutes after the case is concluded.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Okay, so does the city have anything else? So now the public comment. Okay, public comment. Addison, you'll manage the public comment?
Absolutely. Alan Bowditch, if he's available. He's the first in line.
3 minutes.
Yes, Alan Bowditch speaking.
Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you. As you know, I'm the Chief Communications Officer of the ECCL, a civic advocacy organization, with around 40 communities that are represented both in Estero and the northern part of Bonita Springs. I personally have had very open and frank discussions with the directors of London Bay Homes. And I first want to say that, you know, the ECCL as an organization is not anti-development, nor indeed is it anti-London Bay Homes whatsoever. What we are is trying to advocate for the vast number of people who have communicated with us with the desire to have appropriate access to Estero Bay. The improvements that were made by London Bay, based on the very early development that they produced for access to Estero Bay, it's not surprising that there are a number of significant benefits that have resulted, because the first proposal was really a very poor one indeed, as noted by the various people that reviewed it. Indeed, the access for kayakers and paddleboarders came as a result of the succinct investigation that the ECCL conducted, which over 2,000 residents responded to. As you perhaps know from things that I've said before, 83% of this almost 2,000 response that we had disagree with the single boat ramp. Now, the other interesting fact is that what some of you may not know is that 438 people in that investigation were from the Colony and Pelican Landing. 438. And when I examined the results of that specific subsample in our overall investigation, there was hardly any difference whatsoever between their results and their opinions compared with the overall opinions. In fact, 81% of those in Pelican Landing and the Colony said they also disagreed with a single boat ramp. The only point of difference was that those people were very concerned about the traffic conditions along Coconut Road. But it was not specific to people who might be taking their trailers to put boats in the water. It was related to the overall, development itself. As you know, the ECCL did speak to a civil engineer and boat ramp designer who had indicated that an easement of the development would enable an extra 12 feet to be added to the existing 18-foot boat ramp that's suggested, making it 30 foot. This was a suggestion put to London Bay Homes, but was dismissed. The arguments that are against having this extra boat ramp, which seem to feature on the fact that, it might be turned into a major destination for launching boats and causing increased traffic, is entirely misplaced. In fact, as there are only 15 parking spaces to park the trailers for launching boats, this will in itself limit the boaters who are visiting that particular facility. And the difficulties of off-site parking will clearly discourage boaters because boaters do not like to leave their boat unattended for any length of time. Many, of course, are on their own when they launch their boats when they need to go out fishing. The comments that were made earlier by a gentleman on the committee about these circumstances are echoed by everybody that I've spoken to.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have Barbara Craig next for public comment.
Welcome, Professor Craig.
Barbara, are you there? I can move on to the next person. We can circle back.
Okay.
Ann Kramer, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would. My name's Ann Kramer, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. It seems quite clear that between the coastal high hazard regulations, FEMA regulations, and zoning regulations, both options for the proposed Bayview development are not allowable. This proposed development is located entirely within the designated coastal high hazard area, and state law simply does not allow an increase in density beyond what currently exists in this location. And state and federal laws are attempting to minimize the damages caused by hurricanes as well as a storm surge. But the fact that London Bay's scenario number one is to develop a continuing care facility that will house some of those folks will be a vulnerable population in this location. And it's my opinion, quite frankly, that that's absurd. And again, I've said this before, to minimize the frailties of people in the 75 assisted living units would be unconscionable. But beyond that, there are also lots of people that live in the independent living units, if you've ever been to the terraces and so forth, that are also disabled and are not easily moved. In fact, the Bayview scenario number two for 300 residential units is not allowable also because it dramatically increases the density in this coastal high hazard area. But from the presentation, it's very unclear to me if London Bay is proposing 300 units, residential units for their scenario two, and if they're also limiting the independent living units to 300 units. And I say that's confusing because in the presentation, it lists 300 for each. But in fact, if you take the multiplication factor that can be used for independent living units. 2 independent living units are equal to 1 residential unit. So I would hope that this group would clarify whether or not they're looking for 600 independent living units or 300 total. And obviously, if it's 600, that would very dramatically increase the density. But if this is approved, the city will be allowing a development with too many residences directly in harm's way. And this is why the state doesn't allow increased density in these coastal high hazard areas. Again, with regard to the health and welfare of residents, even though these buildings would be hardened to withstand hurricanes, it's really tough to imagine how not evacuating residents could be any option. And many of those residents that are in the continuing care facilities are fragile, and they do require high levels of attention and medical care. So I'm not sure if they would have to bust long distance, or if Bonita Springs has enough shelters. I don't believe Bonita Springs does have that. But in closing, while the developer is offering public access, that's a carrot, quite frankly, and that really should not be sufficient to persuade the zoning board or the city council to approve this development for dramatically increased density. So I implore each of you to vote to disallow this proposal. You can simply abide by federal law, state mandates, and what we used to have for city policy by voting no. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
All right, up next we have Jim Weeks.
Hello there. How you doing? Can you hear me fine, guys?
Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Thank you. Jim Weeks for the record, Weeks Fish Camp. Very long time advocate of this piece of property. Have something involved in a property that cannot be bought or paid for that some people have criticized of, and that's the passion for this property and to share it with the community. Since this has been ongoing with many developers, London Bay Homes is approached with an attitude that they want to try to please everybody. And I appreciate that. And I endorse them moving forward, trying to do that. I know there are several different entities keeping this project, keeping it in the Coconut Road from staying open to the public. It is a viewer's road. It's been supposed to stay open to the public forever. And London Bay has given us that opportunity with what they're proposing. Not everybody's going to be happy, but that's my viewpoint of it. The ramps, I've been listening to the meeting and having a ramp down there at one time as a family member. The single boat ramp worked fine because it got slippery many, many times. And when you get 2 people in there side by side, one guy could slip and fall. So I had no problem with the single boat ramp. We just had to make sure people were efficient in getting the boats in and out the ramp. And that was done with extra boat slips, which they have more boat slips than what we used to have from, I believe, close to the boat ramp. I just hope this group here will understand that it's so important to keep public access down there. And why I've jumped aboard with London Bay Homes is because it's going to be open to the public forever. It may not be all that we want, but it is efficient. It's unique. It's a unique boat ramp. It's a unique area. It's unique history. And they've given us the opportunity to keep that open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
All right, up next we have John Pena. If you would unmute your telephone.
This is Jim Weeks. I would be speaking to John Pena, if that's okay.
Oh, that's Jim. Jim, I'm on.
You there?
Yep, I'm
No
here.
problem. Go
Hi,
ahead.
folks. Mr. Chair and committee, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is John Pano. I own and operate a company called CGT Kayaks. CGT stands for Calusa Ghost Tours. I started out here 15 years ago doing tours out to Mount Key and out to surrounding areas where the Calusa Indian sites are. I'm on the water every day. I paddle the bay every day. I was greatly impacted by red tide and the blue-green algae, devastated many water-based businesses. I can tell you the bay now is starting to recover. I can also tell you that Weeks Landing is a very sensitive area, and putting in a double ramp would be detrimental to the seagrass beds and to the boat to the paddle traffic out there. Remember, the paddlecraft industry, paddleboarding, kayaking is the largest water-based industry today and growing. So to widen that ramp just for motorboaters and give up this opportunity for picnickers and people that want to go down there and enjoy that, and kayakers, just seems ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This is a great opportunity. To say this company hasn't worked with everybody, I personally sat in on meetings with FGC Water School, with bioreactor representatives from the city of Bonita Springs, with the Historical Society, to outline the very important history of that site. This is a very, very important site that should be developed. It shouldn't be held up any longer. It needs to move forward for the economy, for the health and safety of the bay, because of the septic tanks and the other things in that area. We've already heard testimony that it will increase the benefits down there as far as stormwater is concerned. It will increase the benefits of the less impact on the bay itself. And it seems like a no-brainer, especially since our economy is a water-based industry, folks. It's a water-based industry. And to be very short-sighted and just think about the motorboats seems kind of selfish. I'm sorry. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Payno.
All right, up next, we have a gentleman named Billy. If you would unmute your telephone, sir. Hello, Billy. Can you unmute your telephone to give public comment?
Hey, Kyle, does the public know how to maybe unmute themselves just because the Zoom is a different protocol?
He's on the phone. I'm clicking the ask to unmute button, so it should prompt him to unmute his phone. There should be a message he gets through the phone that'll tell him how to do it.
All right. You have Joanne Ribble here. I don't know how my husband's name got on the agenda. I want to thank you, board, for letting me speak to the Bayview project. My name is Joanne Ribble. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can. Thank you.
And I'm a resident of a colony on Coconut Road. I would like to speak to the proposed marina design. First, I applaud London Bay's commitment to have public access to the Estero Bay on their property. Traffic on Coconut Road is an issue. Therefore, I am in agreement with the one boat ramp proposal. This marina was never meant as an access. This marina is meant as an access for local residents in the area, and it was never meant as a launch area for all of Lee County boaters. There are sufficient launch areas already in the area for larger boats. The design has been reworked over time with boater suggestions to conform with safety and maneuverability within that launch area. We do not need increased boat traffic on Coconut Road that a larger public marina or a bigger boat ramp will attract. Please do not require London Bay to add increased capacity in parking or in boat slips or in the addition of a second ramp. The road cannot handle it. It seems to me you are giving more consideration to the boaters than you are the residents who live in on Coconut Road. There are many communities on Coconut Road, several of which Coconut Road is the only way and of their community, the Hyatt. And don't forget, at the very end of Coconut Road is the Pelican Landing Marina with its own boat launch, and that is the only access we have to our beach. And during season, it is heavily used. If you require enhancements to the marina, which would entice more boaters with bigger boats, gentlemen, I think you're courting a disaster. Therefore, I urge you to vote in favor of the plan as it was presented. And finally, I would hate to see Bonita Springs lose out on this opportunity to acquire an additional access to Estero Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ribble.
All right, that was it for the list. We're going to circle back to Barbara Craig real quick. Ms. Craig, I think you hit *6 to unmute your phone. I'll hit the Ask to Unmute button, see if that helps you.
Is it unmuted?
Yes.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we hear
you. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not too good with all this technical stuff. My name is Barbara Hinkson Craig, and I'm a resident of Bonita Springs. I speak in opposition to this proposal, which quite simply state law prohibits. There are reasons state law has placed limits on new construction that would increase residential density over what exists in coastal high hazard areas. One is safety. Areas that are clearly identified as hazardous are not places to build homes that would put citizens in danger of flooding or risk from hurricane winds or seawater surges, or risks from the aftermath of such events. Another reason is to protect the state and its counties and cities, and thus all state citizens and taxpayers, from the potential staggering costs of dealing with people and property placed in such potential danger. Restrictions on property use are not lightly added in this state where construction and development interests hold sway over elected leaders. So when the state actually acts to put restrictions in place, they need to be taken seriously. Not surprisingly, the restrictions only apply to increased uses, not existing rights. Given the increased frequency and strength of storms and the reality of sea level rising, it is critical that restrictions on development in coastal high hazard areas are enforced. This property at a maximum might claim 25 to 35 existing residential density units, those old-time houses that once existed on the Phase 2 portion of this property. The lengthy requirements that in state law and state regulations that concern building requirements, enhanced building requirements and evacuation requirements would apply over an application to build this number of units. However, this application is more than 1,000 times what might be available. 1,000% rather, 10 times, 1,000%. Whether this is state law or state policy, it would be unconscionable to ignore the clear purposes of the state law, and that is to protect people from the dangers of living or being placed into coastal high hazard areas. The simple answer for this council is to vote this proposal down, and to do so because you have a higher call to uphold state law and state policy. It really doesn't matter what our local stuff says. It matters that the state law has made a clear policy to not increase density in coastal high hazard areas. I urge the board to vote this down, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I believe that's it, Chairman.
Okay. Does the applicant wish to be heard any further?
Yes, please.
Proceed.
I want to start by talking about some comments regarding the boat ramp and access. And there's been a comment made that comments were dismissed by London Bay. That's not factually correct. Every comment made by the public was in fact considered in adopting a plan for this property. So for someone to accuse our client of dismissing comments is not factually correct. Just because we didn't agree with a comment doesn't mean we didn't thoughtfully consider it.
Sir, we get it.
Isn't that something?
There's no need to criticize the speaker. We get it.
Mr. Chairman, it's my rebuttal, and I'm going to continue on if you allow me. The second comment I want to address is we are not violating state statute by allowing for multifamily and independent living facilities to be constructed within the coastal high hazard area. If you don't believe me, you can believe the Department of Economic Opportunity, which is charged with implementing the growth management statutes within the Florida statutes, which includes making sure that our Bonita Springs comprehensive plan is consistent with statute. The Department of Economic Opportunity reviewed the proposed growth management plan amendment and found it consistent with state statute. That's their job. They are charged with that, and they have found us consistent with the state statute. Next, there is no conversion of the regular multifamily residential dwelling units to independent living units. We're not going to build 600 independent living units. If you read the proposed PD, it's an either or, 300 multifamily or 300 independent living units. It's not 600 independent living units. I think we have forgotten that this is actually private property. And as private property, there is no right to public access to use the property to get to the water. What is in fact happening is you have a PD that is providing for public access to the water. And that is something the public doesn't have the right to do right now and is being granted through this PD petition. The responsibility of the zoning board is to review our petition for consistency with the comprehensive plan and the land development code provisions based upon competent substantial evidence that's provided to the zoning board. That competent substantial evidence includes testimony from Alexis Crespo, Mark Kincaid, Danville, Mark Wilson, and other written evidence that we've provided into the record. It also includes the testimony of Jackie Genson and the city's review of the petition and that evidence in the record. The evidence that is in the record is that we have satisfied all of their criteria, which is consistency with the growth management plan and consistency with the land development code. Since we've met that burden, the zoning board, whether they like the result or not, is obligated to approve or recommend approval of the petition. We're consistent with state law, we're consistent with your comprehensive plan, and we're consistent with your land development code. We are requesting that you forward this petition to the city council with a recommendation of approval, and we're available to get into any more detailed questions you may have regarding the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything further?
Waiting for your questions, if you have any.
Is there anything further?
No, we're just waiting to see if you have any further questions.
Ms. Genson, do you have anything further? She's gone.
Chairman, if I may, this is Brent Spain.
Yes, Mr. Spain.
I wanted to clear up one point that does seem to be some confusion on. It could be based on my response, and I've heard it several times from a few of the members of the public. And the applicant did allude to it, and I think Ms. Jensen may have alluded to it. But the statute itself, several public comment speakers indicated a violation of state law. And I did want to point out that section 163.3178 sub 8A goes through the criteria on which a proposed comprehensive plan amendment can be found in compliance with the state coastal high hazard provisions. And again, this afternoon, you all don't have the proposed plan amendment before you. And as the applicant indicated, that plan amendment has gone before the city council and has gone up to the Department of Economic Opportunity, who I think just recently responded with no comments or no objections to that plan amendment. But I did want to clear up that one point that seemed that there might be some confusion on that there is a possibility of a plan amendment with density adjustments if it's complying with the statutory criteria. And again, that's a policy decision left to the city council.
It goes back to the city council for final approval.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That's clear. Are there Any other questions by the board? What is the wish of the zoning board? Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
while the applicant's request may be sound, there are a few points that I don't think they've covered. However, saying that, I strongly feel that we as a board should deny the motion for their proposal.
So you're moving to deny.
It's my motion, yes.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Is there a second to deny the application? I will second it. There is a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that there are two issues here. And in my opinion, they're both controversial, and I'm not even sure whether or not they have been discussed or explained. One is the size of the boat ramp, of which I really can't comment because I'm not a boater. The second one is the controversy with respect to whether or not increased density violates state law. I hear that you can have increased density if you have a mitigation plan. Do we have a mitigation plan? Or is that something that will be developed after we approve this thing? That's my issue, Mr. Chairman.
So I think that the zoning board can, is it appropriate? State statutes also say, and the reason I seconded the motion is that in coastal high hazard areas, there's an obligation to protect human life. And it's my view that among the least appropriate things you could put in a coastal high hazard area is an assisted living facility. I think it is totally inappropriate. That's my view, and I cannot support that.
If we were to deny this on the grounds that it's too much increased density, somebody, whether it's the court or somebody, would have to say, basically, you've exceeded your remit. You don't have the right to do that. But I'm not ready to accept that until some superior agency or whatever tells me that. So basically, I would agree that I would vote no.
Mr. Horacio, maybe I can help clarify. It's not so much that the zoning board is denying an application. It's more about where the issue is in the process. So density is a function of the city's comprehensive plan. The zoning board does not review comprehensive plan amendments. The local planning agency, your predecessing body, reviews comprehensive plan amendments. Once a comprehensive plan amendment is adopted, or in the case as such as this, where the comprehensive plan amendment is running concurrently with a rezoning request, then you are reviewing that rezoning request as compared to that comprehensive plan.
As
now,
if
in this particular case,
that's what you said. That's why my thinking has to be the comprehensive plan will be approved. Therefore, we have to approve the zoning application, is what you're saying in effect.
yes, and generally this issue doesn't come up to this degree because when you have a comprehensive plan amendment, it is rarely does it mirror the rezoning request so closely as this one. Generally, it is something more similar to commercial or residential. And then there are policies, goals laid out in the comprehensive plan that are a lot more nebulous for your review. In this situation, you're more reviewing it specific to the future land use plan that has been proposed for this property. And Ms. Genson or Ms. Crespo can address those criteria again if you need refresher.
No, but I think you've made it clear to me that it's not, that I mean, we have to assume that the comprehensive plan amendments will address these issues, and therefore we have to say, yeah, let's present it to the let's present it to the city council. That's what you're saying. And let them make the decision. And if that's illegal or against the state law, a court or somebody will overrule it.
Well, what I'm trying to do is give you context. Your considerations for review and the findings that are laid out in the staff report, I believe there are 10. They are not limited to just comprehensive plan. So to the degree that you are reviewing an application pursuant to the comprehensive plan and its consistency with it, that is a relevant criteria. There are also other criteria that are specific to rezoning, such as compatibility, adequate public facilities, etc. There's a whole list of them. Any one of those criteria, an application may be inconsistent with and could be a basis of denial.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm still a little confused.
The law, as I understand it, says if you believe it does not promote the health, safety, and welfare of the community, you can vote no, period, full stop.
Is that true? As a zoning board, if it doesn't do that, we can deny the application.
Yes.
Then I agree that it does not, in my opinion. Never mind all this nice legal mumbo jumbo that is something that we should debate in law school again. Okay, so on those grounds, on the grounds that it does not increase the health and welfare of the local community, I would vote no.
Any further comments? Mr. Donnelly, you want to be heard? You got to unmute yourself.
I did it.
Thank you.
You know, there's on the coastal management element there, you know, there's one thing in this write-up. It talks about what the applicant's analysis is, and I guess what their argument is and what their argument might be when it comes time they put the permit in and it goes to DEP and what happens then. And that is they're making a distinction between net density and gross density. I have no idea what that means, but it seems to me that that's part of their
math, Richard.
What?
It's the new math.
It's the new math.
Oh, guy.
It seems to me that, you know, there's going to be a process here where that determination is going to be made by the people who review the application.
Right.
We're here to talk about the zoning and the plan that's been presented to us. I think it's my vote will be no on the motion, which means I'm in favor of the project.
Right. Okay. Any further comments? Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Roger Brunswick,
He had to excuse himself for a doctor's appointment.
Anthony Racio,
I vote against it.
Wait.
Well, is
Let
it
me-
yes, no? What
The
do I-
vote yes is to deny the application.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Robert Inserpi,
Yes.
Chairman Kurlander,
Yes.
Richard Donnelly,
No.
Russ Wynn.
No.
The motion carries by a vote of 3-2. Okay, Addison, would you, first, I want to thank London Bay Homes. I think you did an admirable job. In my view, it's just the particular project. I think you're decent people, honorable people. It's just, I think it's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Would you stay on the line, Derek? And Addison, would you cut off all the outside people? Stay on the line.
Mr. Rooney, are they required to give a reason under the land development criteria for the denial? And also, I don't know why the public would be excluded from the further.
It has nothing to do with this.
I think we're allowed to listen just because we're curious. But
I don't believe, yeah, sorry, I don't believe Mr. Kurlander was saying disconnect everyone. I think it's just muting everyone else.
No, the meeting's over. I'm just doing a personal thing, sir.
Well, and I don't think you can count personal things out of the public.
Okay, you want to hear my person?
Do it tomorrow, Larry.
What's that? He hasn't answered.
Wait, Derek, I don't know that you answered. Do they have to have specific findings for reasons why they voted to deny?
For the for a local development permit to be denied in quasi judicial, yes, there are to be requirements for listed for the basis of denial, but I believe that only applies, that's statutorily only to the city council, to the
Okay.
final determination. I'm not sure it applies to the zoning board, and there's nothing in the zoning board's rules that would require it.
Thank you.
So if you want to hear what I have to say, I'll say it.
Yeah, speak up.
Okay. So before adjourning, I'd like to make a few remarks. First, I want to thank Barbara Craig for her devoted service to the citizens of Bonita Springs. She's been devoted to the law. She fought the valiant fight, and Bonita Springs was vastly richer for her service. She will be missed as a zoning board member. Next, I'm reminded of the words of my 6th grade teacher, who left with me as I went off to the 7th grade and a new school. These words: "This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night, the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Never have wiser words been spoken to me, and although I have stumbled along the way, I have tried to heed her advice. And so today is my last zoning board meeting. I am resigning effective immediately, and I wanted to express my sincere appreciation to my fellow zoning board members. It has been a pleasure to work with you and an honor to serve with you. And before I recognize the vice chairman for a few words, Mr. Inserpi, I wanted to thank John Dolmer, Community Development. It's been a pleasure. Mr. Rooney, I owe you a few words of apology. When I spoke with you, I didn't tell you that I was going to resign following this meeting because I didn't want to put you in an awkward position. So I apologize for not telling you. But
no offense.
So you have done an admirable job since you've joined the city, and the city is richer for you being here. Thank you for your service to the city. And with that, I recognize the vice chair, Mr. Inserpi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the privilege of serving on the City of Bonita Springs Zoning Board of Appeal for over 20 years. And most of those years was as a board, tried and hopefully succeeded in working for all of Bonita. I'm afraid the time has come where I, in all good conscience, must step down. Thank you for letting me be part of our great city. Thank you to you, the members of the board, John Dahmer, and your wonderful staff as well, as all who make this wonderful city of Bonita tick. Thus, Mr. Chairman, I tender my resignation effective today, the 15th of September of 2020. Thank you.
Robert, you have served the city on this zoning board longer and with more distinction than anyone else. We really should do something to memorialize your service. It has been truly unparalleled. It's been distinguished. It's been a real honor for me to serve side by side with you. And I look forward to maintaining our friendship in the years ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
That's that.
Thank you.
That's it.
Robert, I'll call him. That's it. Yeah.